using pictures of Epstein and all of his people that are connected, including Donald Trump. Oh, we're just not going to be on there today. It's a lot. It's a lot. It is absolutely a lot. And so that's something that we absolutely will be talking about. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. Including pictures of Donald Trump. I just posted a video about it. If you have not had the opportunity to check it out, check it out. I just posted a video about it on my main page with Donald Trump, where the actual documentation talks about a couple of different things, right? It talks about the fact that all of these, of course, powerful people are connected directly with Epstein, but even more so, it shows how, what is this? There we go. Turn that on. It shows how like all of these people are intertwined. All of these people are intertwined. All of these people are connected. Like it's a whole thing. So yeah, check that out whenever you guys get a moment. Let's go ahead and get it kicked off. We are only looking for some debates, guys. I'm going to reset the daily gift goal to these little 1 cent gift goals. If you can knock them out, it'll push us out to the FYP. We are only looking for some debates. So if you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. I want to talk to you. Like at this point, like it's a wrap, right? It's a wrap. The fact that there's no one left to support Donald Trump. I'm calling it. I'm calling it. Ball game, folks. Let's get started.
You stepped in a box. Now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here. You better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats and get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit. Yeah, step in if you dare. Truth hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. I don't care what you claim or your background. Facts only, if not, get clapped down. Whether you're left or right, or you don't even vote. If your logic is weak, I'll sink your boat. You talk slick, but you ain't got source. Just vibes, that ain't power, that's force. I'm the test, the trap, the trip, the call. You slip once, I'm snatching it all. Yeah. Step in if you dare. You dare. Hit hard like a punch in the air. Punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. Yeah. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. No. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. Step in, if you dare. Hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. Yeah, this ain't a safe place. This is flame space. Step in, don't you wanna?
Yeah.
Sparring with Santana.
Oh yeah. There we go. Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters. If you're a Trump supporter, get in the box. If you are someone that still supports Donald Jimothy Trump, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. And to be honest, guys, I know that Trump supporters are cowards. I get it. But even more so, like, I don't think there's any way they can actually still support nor defend Donald Trump, not after what just happened. Holy smokes, the Trump train is over. Trump train is over. It's an absolute fact. Danny, are you a Trump supporter?
Hello. I am a Trump supporter. I heard.
Danny, okay. Really quick, Danny, if you don't mind me asking a quick question. Do you know who I am?
I have no idea. I just got Like, this is like my third day on TikTok. So I just go and look at the lives, and a lot of people be talking about Trump on here. It's blowing my mind. So I have no clue. Sorry, buddy.
No worries. No worries. Listen, you're all good. Danny, would you mind if I give you and not only you, but you and everyone watching a proper introduction to who I am and what this is?
Hey, that'd be great. I'd love to know.
All right, perfect. One moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. Let's get ready to rumble!
Y'all ready for this? Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters. If you're a Trump supporter, get in the box. If you're someone that supports Donald Timothy Trump, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. But guys, if you are not a Trump supporter, please do not request up. We're not talking to friendlies. We are only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, do all the wonderful things. Tap the screen, share the live. Let's go ahead and keep knocking out this daily gift goal. I'm going to keep resetting these little 1 cent gift goal. If we can knock those out a couple of times, it'll help push us out to the FYP. Also, send your daily heart me. It's only 1 coin. It'll help boost the live. With that being said, we have Danny up here. And Danny, I'm a little bit confused. I don't understand how Trump supporters are still a thing. I guess my biggest question is, Danny, how are you still supporting Trump after everything that's happening? How are you still on the Trump train?
I guess maybe I can categorize it as diehard Americanism. I'm going to support the commander-in-chief regardless.
Okay, listen, Danny, not going to hold you. In a normal situation, I would understand. In a normal situation, I would be right there with you. In a normal situation, I would say, yes, you know, the president of the United States is the president of the United States, and we want to be a united front and blah, 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 right? Even though we have our partisan issues and things like that. But Danny, I'm confused because like we can talk about the fact that there's more information coming out on the e-files and my hand keeps disappearing because of the light. The e-files and the pictures that were just released, the 95,000 pictures. We can talk about the fact that Donald Trump is committing war crimes, and so much so that he knows, and he's going to the ICC to try to get them to change their constitution. We can talk about Donald Trump's declining health. We can talk about this building blue wave that's getting ready to come. Even Trump's admitted it. Or we can talk about the Republicans that are actually fighting back now. Like it's you. I feel like you're on an island by yourself now, Danny.
You know, maybe you can call it an island. I'll call it more the trailer park. And we're locked, ready to rock. And, you know, no one's going to be as equipped and ready to take this country back than us. And that's a fact.
I think so.
When it all blows up, that's how it's going to go down. It's going to be the real MAGAs. Now, keep in mind, there's a lot of Republicans who like to masquerade that they support him and they don't. I'm talking about the true blue American MAGA people that voted for the first time this election, stepped up and made him president. They'll never probably vote again. And they're ready to fight.
Fight for what, Danny? I'm a little confused. What are you ready to fight for?
Well, we're ready to fight to put back morals and values into our communities and into America.
Danny, you know what, Danny, you and I can agree on this. I think that we need morals and values in our community. I think we need morals and values and standards within our country. I think that we need to make America feel shame again. I think we need to make America actually fulfill their commitments again. I think we need to make America actually hold to the idea of what it's supposed to be. And Danny, I don't think we can do that with Trump in power.
Well, I'm going to tell you this. I'm a huge fan of dictators all over the world. And what we cannot...
Now you're being facetious.
No. Some countries need people to tell them what to do and how to do it. And we need somebody in office who's going to bully those guys. We don't need somebody who's making backdoor deals and trying to spread immoral things. We can talk about war crimes, but if we do, let's talk about Clinton and Obama too.
Sure, that's fine. We can do that. And just to clarify, because I thought you were going somewhere, you're not saying that we need a dictator. You're saying that we need someone strong that'll push back on the dictator.
Right. Exactly. Okay. Yes. We need somebody who's going to bully them.
Danny.
Yeah. No. We don't need a dictator, even though some people like to call him one. We need somebody who's going to push back on these Maduros. Mm-hmm. Not that I agree with bombing fake drug boats, because they're not drug boats.
Also,
but
just FYI, don't say the name of any D-rubs on TikTok, like it's the TikTok services. So even if you want to talk about it, you can say F drug or C drug or whatever, but don't say the name.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Sorry. Yeah, you might have to empower me a little bit, educate me, and encourage me to use right vernacular, because there's some rules I know, but not all of them.
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess this is the problem that I have, Danny, right? Donald Timothy Trump is not actively being a strong leader in any way, shape, or form, right? And even more so, his morals are trash, right? I mean, what do you think about the persistent and consistent pushback on Donald Trump as far as releasing the Epstein files? And now this new information that was released this morning, all of these new 95,000 pictures that directly connect Donald Trump and even more, a bunch of powerful people, even closer to Epstein. What do you think about that?
I think it's all facade, and it's all something that's going to keep us like confused and fighting amongst ourselves and not focusing on the real issues. Here's what I want to know. What are you going to do when all of this is out here and nobody goes to prison for it? What's going to happen then? Because our Gen Z in America are too big of the P word, I guess I want to say, to do anything about it.
And do you think that you're not?
No, I'll definitely.
Do you think Danny, what's your age?
48.
48.
So
you're
I've been around.
You're not that much older than me. You're only 10 years older. So you and I aren't that far apart. Danny, let's keep it funky.
Okay.
I guess to get a better sense of who you are, just to double check. Where were you on January 6th?
I was at my house watching. Mind you, I'm from Iowa, so we get front row seats to all of these guys all the time at my house, watching it on live on Facebook and watching people I know from here that were there.
Okay. Literally. So you weren't there.
No.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to check real quick before we went too far. So Danny, you talk about the Gen Z and the younger generation. I actually think the younger generation is going to be the generation that actually changes the world and saves the country, hopefully. But you said they're too much of a, let's just say, a wimpy. They're too wimpy to actually do anything about it.
For sure.
What have you done, Danny? Like, how did you feel about, living in the country under Joseph Robinette Biden and Kamala Harris? Like, what did you think about the last 4 years prior to Trump?
I thought it was deplorable. Some of the things that we were doing, not necessarily just here in America, but all over the world, how we were spreading immorality and unethical practices especially on the continent of Africa. They kicked us out. They don't want it anymore. Burkina Faso kicked out not only France out, but us out in the last 15 months.
Like when you talk about colonizers that have been on the continent of Africa, yes, there is a pushback and a reclamation that's occurring with these African countries as far as taking their country back. But they didn't kick the United States out. The United States pulled out when it came to the Trump administration ending U.S. aid, which actually decreased our soft power across the globe. So like there's that. But Danny, listen, hold on. You said something, and I'm super interested to find this out. Danny, where does your morality lie? Like, where do you get your morals from?
I'm a Muslim.
Okay. So you get your morals from your religion.
I mean, That's where my morals and values are rooted in the belief of Islam. Yes.
Okay, so your morals and religion are rooted in the your belief in Islam. Got it. Cool, cool, cool. All right. So just to double check, who's your deity?
Allah? You mean a God? God has multiple different names, but we refer to Allah.
Okay. What about the Prophet Muhammad?
The Prophet Muhammad was the last prophet sent here to tell us the truth and remind us of where we're supposed to be rooted.
Okay. What do you think about Sharia law?
I believe that we should take sex offenders, bring them into our small town squares and hang them in front of kindergartners and tell the children that if they
hold on 1 second, Danny. You can't say that type of stuff on TikTok Live, Danny.
Oh, sorry, I can't say that.
That was a lot.
Okay, sorry.
Can't say yeah. That was a lot.
Okay.
Guys, tap the screen, share the live. I'm gonna keep resetting. As a matter of fact, we're gonna do a quick commercial break. Guys, can we knock out the daily gift goal? It's the little finger hearts. Can we knock that out? Also, send your daily heart me. It's only 1 coin. It'll help boost the live pushes out to the FYP. We're on the backup account right now. So if you look up at the top and you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. If you're a Trump supporter, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. With that being said, also, if you like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. All right. So, Danny, I guess I'm going to try to push this forward just a little bit because I'm trying to understand you squaring your moral compass, your religion with supporting Donald Trump and the Republican Party. So first and foremost, Donald Trump is an immoral man, right? He is literally someone who not only has caused harm to individuals on a small and large level, but he's openly talked about his immoralities, whether it's his unfaithfulness to his wife, whether it's the constant lying, cheating, stealing, all of those things. But like outside of him being an immoral man, he doesn't like Muslims, right? He literally has called for the Muslim ban multiple times. And even at this moment, he has added people coming from different Muslim countries or predominantly Muslim countries. He's restricted them from being able to enter the US. How do you support him knowing that? I'm
not going to support the alternative in any measure whatsoever. The alternative is, I guess, I don't really know how I can word this and have it be correct. Okay, so I'm not gonna. How can I say?
Are you about to make
I don't know. I don't know how to say it properly without. I don't want to get you in trouble, and I don't want to
like a statement about the queer community. Is that where you're trying to go?
Yes. Not necessarily the LGB, but anything after that.
Oh, okay. So you're fine with people that are gay, lesbian, or even bisexual, but anyone beyond those three, and you have an issue with?
I'm not. Honestly, no one else's sin's going to stop me from getting into Jana at the end of the day. But here's the reality of the situation. We've been sold a narrative that some of this isn't mental illness, and it is mental illness. And Islam will welcome anybody.
It's literally not. Like the premise that being a part of the queer community is a mental illness, like that's weaponization of hate. Right. And which is weird. I mean, especially you being someone who says that you're actually a Muslim. And, you know, if you're a practicing Muslim, someone who is actually leading with kindness and love, like you wouldn't lean on the hateful rhetoric. So I guess if you you're sitting here saying that you're not going to let anyone else stop you from, seeing the glorious end that your creator made for you, then I guess my question is, why are you so concerned about what other people are doing with their lives, especially here in, the secular realm, right? If this life is only temporary and you're thinking about the afterlife, why are you so worried about how people live their life on a day-to-day basis if they're not negatively impacting you?
I'm not trying to say I'm worried about what someone else does in their own situation, but I'm not going to negate the fact that body dysphoria is a real thing. And that is something that it's not me being hateful, as I am saying. In Islam, you can come to us as a lesbian, or can I say that, as the LGB part, and you can, even if you do have mental illness or you have drug addiction, you can come to us and you can get picked.
Danny, you have to stop saying that, because again, being a part of the queer community has nothing to do with mental illness, right? And then even more so, you talked about having body dysmorphia. Like that's not a direct correlation as far as being transgender. Like there's no one-for-one connection. And so the problem is...
Excuse me, I'm sorry, gender dysphoria.
Gender dysphoria.
Which is body dysmorphia.
Yeah, gender
sorry,
dysphoria.
You know what I meant. I guess I don't know. Maybe
the point that I'm trying to make is there is no one-to-one relation, right? And even if you take a look at the DSM-5, like it's not there. It's not there. And so even more so, you sitting here and you trying to propagate that, people within the queer community have some type of issue. Hell, we can talk about people within the, cis people, right? I mean, you could talk about the overwhelming mental issues that we face on an everyday basis, right? I mean, the fact of the matter is the country has a mental health issue. And we're literally in the middle of a mental health crisis. And that's not about, how we choose to live our lives as far as like, what we identify as, who we are sexually attracted to or not sexually attracted to. Like none of those things is what we're talking about. So I guess if you're so worried about people's mental health, right? If you're really worried about people's mental health, then why are you trying to put down people who make up like less than 1% of the population? Like, why are you so concerned about less than 1% of the population instead of actually focusing on the people that are actively negatively impacting our country? Like, let's say white men, young white men who are overwhelmingly leading the country in violent crime. And even more than that, mass unalivings.
Now, the January 6th bomber was African-American, correct?
What does that have to do with anything that I just said?
Well, I mean, if we're going to stereotype and put young white men into... I'm
literally telling you how the numbers pour out. You can give me one...
It goes both ways.
It doesn't. Hold on one second. Hey, so Brazilian flag, whatever. Listen, hey, I'm going to mute you, bud. Get up here and tell me about 1350. As a matter of fact, mods, if anyone starts spamming 1350 in the chat, mute them and send them an invite. Get up here and tell me about it, because you can't defend that. I promise you, you will get dog walked. Listen, this is the part that I'm trying to...
Can you tell me what that is? I have no clue.
Yeah, 1350 is a myth. It's a racial myth that's perpetuated based off of FBI crime data that was collected in 2019 that says Black people actually make up 13% of the population.
No, keep going. Sorry, but I'm agreeing with the FBI. First of all,
wait, hold on.
Get rid of the feds.
Finish my sentence.
Sorry.
Saying that Black people make up 13% of the population while committing 50% of the crime, which one is not true, because it doesn't look at the context of it. It doesn't look at the exoneration rate. It's just arrests, not actual convictions. And then even more so, if you look at the actual data in the chart, it says that the information can't be interpreted without actually having the additional context around it. And so trying to use this information without having those additional items is moot. So like it's an actual like thing. But the point that I'm trying to make is when you bring up like the individual, when you talk about, the person that wanted to plant the boom boom for January the 6th is Black, cool. I mean, like that doesn't have anything to do with the fact that white men specifically lead lead the United States in all violent crime and every category of violent crime. It doesn't negate the fact that with the actual white men in America, they lead as far as mass unalivings, and even more so with the sorry, I just saw something through my mouth, with the actual ideology that has committed the most hate crimes over the last, violent crimes over the last, I think it's 30 years. It's people that have right-wing ideology.
Are you including the most recent school shootings in the last couple of years as transgender white men, or as well?
Not true. It's not about.
Look at Nashville.
Yeah, it's not about transgender.
It's a mental illness.
It's not about transgender people. You can talk about cishet white men, and at the end of the day, they're still white men. Like if you're talking about white men, it's white men. And so it doesn't matter if it's a transgender white man or if it's a cishet white man, it's still white men. The point that I'm trying to get across is that if you're going to sit here and try to vilify the queer community, if you're going to try to sit here and say, well, what about black people? Like the thing that everyone has to stop and everyone has to actually do is address the fact that white men overwhelmingly have caused harm in America, and we need to talk about that.
I mean, I'm not going to disagree with you on any. I guess maybe I'm the wrong one to debate with, and someone else, like if 1356, because I'd love to hear more about that. I wouldn't believe anything the Fed said, period. Well, yeah, there are a number of different, and their statistics don't even make sense. So, and I don't want to villainize anyone with a mental illness whatsoever, no matter
saying that,
any of it.
But let me ask you a question. You keep saying that. But what do you have a doctoral? Are you like a psychologist? Where are you getting your actual schooling from?
I have a BA in human services, but that was like in the 90s, we graduated in 2001 actually. So, I never actually used that degree. I have worked in politics my whole life. I was a former police and courts journalist as well. And I worked in low income housing for almost a decade. So I've done a lot of different things, but I know for a fact the World Health Organization, to speak about that specific issue and where I'm categorizing transgenderism as a mental illness, they said that it was.
Get me, because in the DSM-5 it doesn't say that, but can you give me the actual source where it shows that being a member of the queer community, specifically a transgender member of the queer community, is a mental illness? Because that's just not something that's true, and that has not been categorized by the World Health Organization. Like that's not true. W's in the chat for Kat. Hey, Kat. Kat sent a $20 donation saying, same asshole, different live. You know what? Yeah, they kind of have a tendency of bouncing around. I can understand that. Also, W's in the chat for Brittany. Brittany sent a $5 donation saying, as a therapist, I really wish people would stop talking about stuff they don't understand. Thank you for stating facts. Exactly. That's the point where I was trying to get to. Like, these people sit here and they talk about these things, but they don't have anything to stand on. Guys, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Danny, do you have that information?
I put it in a link from the BBC in May of 2019 that discusses when the WHO said it was no longer a mental illness.
Go read the title off for me. I can't pull a link from the chat, but if you can just read the title for me. You said it's from the BBC. Guys, keep tapping the screen for me if you don't mind.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I was talking to the chat. I just need the title for the article that you're referring to. Guys, can we knock out the high bears? Can we knock out the high bears, please? We only need 5 more high bears. Can we knock those out? Please, please, please. If you're a Trump supporter, get in the box. If you're someone that supports Donald Trump, get in the box. We're looking for some debates. Debbie's in the chat for Elizabeth. Elizabeth sent a $5 donation saying, what they need to realize is that equal rights for all does not mean equal rights for you. And it's not, oh, sorry, does not mean that no equal rights for you. It's not a pie. Exactly. Danny, did you have that information?
Wait, the title? Yeah,
Yes.
Transgenderism was no longer categorized as a disorder by WHO, World Health Organization. And
okay, I'm sure that it didn't say transgenderism, but you said transgender, what? Say it one more time.
did you find it?
No, I was waiting for you to give me the title.
Can you hear me?
I can't hear you while you're out of the app. You have to come back in.
Oh. Okay,
so
transgender, transgender is no longer diagnosed as a disorder by WHO. And it's on the BBC. And I'll put it one more time in here if anyone else wants to link on it.
Wait, so even listening to what you said for the title, it literally disproves what you're saying. What point do you think that you're making with giving me? I haven't looked at this article yet, but what point do you think you're making?
I'm saying, first of all, the World Health Organization is not anywhere I believe we should be getting our guidance, especially after things like this. Gender dysphoria is a real thing.
All right. So your premise is that we shouldn't actually listen to the World Health Organization because the World Health Organization has updated their actual information and recognized that being a transgender person has nothing to do with gender dysphoria. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, right.
They now published that information refuting your worldview. And now you don't want to actually believe them. That's what you're saying.
I honestly, just like with the CDC and after COVID, I wouldn't believe any of these organizations.
Okay, so
or the feds or any of them.
Help me with this, Danny, because you, again, you've already admitted that like you're not someone that is like a practicing psychologist. You're not a medical expert. You're not someone who has degrees and certifications and everything in this field. You're not someone who is an expert or anything like that, but you're speaking so confidently, right? And you haven't given me anything that makes me believe that you are someone that we should actually lend credence to, right? So I guess the question I have first and foremost is like, what makes you so confident in your information, wherever you're getting it from? Because you're saying that you don't trust the WHO, the CDC, you don't trust the FBI. So what makes you so confident in your information, and where are you getting your information from?
I'm going to be confident. And keep in mind, I'm only speaking for myself. I cannot speak for anyone else. And I'm going to show you the same respect you have shown me in this conversation. And I think everyone should do that. I'm going to be confident because mine is based in faith. And mine is based in my core that I have in myself. And so that's where everything's going to stem from, at least for me. And how I move and how I conduct myself. And you're only going to get as much respect as you show other people. Nowadays, people just want to tear down. The minute you disagree with someone, it goes into personal attacks, or it goes into this or to that. It doesn't even have to be like that. And
again, hold on. So you're not actually answering the question, right? I mean, I hear you. People are mean, and people, get the same energy that they give. Like I feel you. I'm not even, listen. I am a petty person, and I don't mind. I'm literally petty LaBelle, right? I'm a very, very petty person, and I don't mind giving people the same energy and smoke that they give me. But the question that I have, right, is I'm trying to understand, if you're not an expert, if you're not someone that is trained or actually actively doing anything in this field, one, what makes you so confident in being able to speak on these things? But also, two, where are you getting your information from? Because it does not seem like your information is rooted in any type of reality as far as.
You didn't ask for experts to come up here. You asked for Trump supporters to come up here. And I am confident, as I said, I'm going to maintain my confidence, but that doesn't mean I have to make personal attacks on anyone in order to do that. And the minute you do, you lose credibility anyway.
Sure, but who's making personal attacks? I'm confused.
Oh, there's a lot in the comments for sure. Not you. I'm saying
the comments are right. It's me and you right now. Like, you're speaking on the comments, but it's you and I up on the panel, right? So again, I'm a little bit confused.
I talk directly to people. I do multiple. I mean, I might not agree with any of these organizations, but I'm going to read at least what they have to say. And then I'm going to look at as many sources that are available. And I think that's what anyone should do.
Yeah, I agree.
And have dialogue with people like you, because I didn't know what the 1356 thing was at all.
1350, it's a myth. I mean, if that's a
1350.
racist dog whistle that you want to perpetuate, then you can. But I'm just telling you, like, it's not a real thing.
Oh no,
I guess the point that I'm trying to make is that you should, that's how you should create your opinion. Your opinion should be based off of facts. Like, that's how it works. And so I'm definitely with that. But the question that I have is, what you said you're all over the place, and you look at this or you look at that. Like, can you be specific? Can you tell me one actual source that you use that says, like, hey, this is information that helps confirm my belief system? What's that source?
Well, I will say, like I said, first of all, a lot of people like to go on the internet and think everything on the internet is true. If you want to know where let's take the transgender situation. I know here in Iowa, and I have a friend who is transgender, that's a Trump supporter, and regrets having the surgery, regrets going through all that. I go directly to the source.
Danny, that's not a source. You having a friend is an anecdotal situation. That's not a source. Source is actual documented data. It's peer reviewed. It's actual things that we can verify. I can't verify your story about your friend, right? But what I can verify, though, is that you're talking about less than 1% of the population. And when you talk about less than 1% of the population, transgender people who actually go through surgery have a lower regret rate than people who have knee or hip surgery. Very common surgeries. So you can sit here and talk about, like, oh, my friend regrets this, but the overwhelming majority of people that go through any type of transition with transgender people, they don't regret it. It has the lowest, one of the lowest, if not the lowest, amount of regret when it comes to people and going through this process. So that's not true. I can't rely on your friend.
Well, I mean, I can respect that, but I'm going to not just get it from the internet. I'm also not going to get it from organizations I don't trust. And I'm going to listen to people in their personal experiences, and whether other people don't want to.
Danny, that's fine. And I'm not saying you can't listen to other people and their experiences. Danny, the point that I'm trying to make, and I really need you to lock in on this one for me. Okay. The point that I'm trying to make is, when you actually create an opinion, your opinion should be rooted in facts, right? And facts are verifiable. Facts are real, no matter who tells those facts. So the question I have for you, because, like, when I told you about 1350, right? The reason why I said that it's a racist myth is because one, when you look at the actual numbers and then you look at the actual conviction rate versus the exoneration rate, and then you take a look at the actual information that's specifically spelled out on the FBI website, stating that if you don't actually take all of the other factors into consideration, then you will not be able to interpret the information correctly. That's how I create my opinion. It's based on those facts. So the question I have for you is your worldview, because if it's your religion, you like, cool, because you've already said you're a Muslim and you believe in that. Yes. If that's where you base your facts, is your actual religion, then we can go from there. But I need you to give me something, even if you're saying like, oh, this isn't a thing or da 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 da. Like, I need you to give me something that is rooted in reality that we can talk about.
Okay, so this is the way that you're going about it, and you're saying that all of that is true. Here in the city I live in Iowa, Des Moines, Iowa, they have different murder numbers, the police station does, than the FBI. You can't just base it on that. An example I used of my transgender friend, and one thing I didn't understand. Did you hear what I
said? Schmurder. Don't say the.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. They have different schmurder rates for the cops. The local law enforcement has different numbers. So if you just go off what you see on the internet, which everything on the internet is correct, it's going to give you flawed information.
Where can I verify that Des Moines, Idaho, like their police numbers are incorrect?
You can go and look up and you can do this for a number of different cities like New York that have not been putting their numbers into the Fed system.
Yeah, and wait, hold on. Let's be very clear. There's a difference between the actual city, the cities not reporting information versus them having not been reporting wrong information. That's a difference, because if they don't actually send that information, then that doesn't equate to the information actually being wrong. So if it was wrong, it would be them saying, hey, we had 5 schmurders, and then the FBI saying, oh, they actually had 15 schmurders. That means it's wrong. But if they say, hey, we told you that we had 5 schmurders last year, but we're not sending you any information for this year, then they're still working off of the outdated information. Those are 2 different things. So like that doesn't equate. So again, you can sit here and you can talk about like, oh, we can get this information off the internet, blah, 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 blah. The only way that we can have an actual conversation that's based in reality, because your subjective experience can be outdone by my subjective experience, or vice versa. Like both of us can sit here and say that we have a story, but the point is like verifiable information that allows us to actually compare and contrast versus our individual experience. And that's what I'm looking for.
Okay. Well, annually, every year, law enforcement has to put out a report. And these reports you can look up readily, as well as the Department of Justice, and you can see that. However, having the dialogue and the talking with people can trump all of that. Because, for example, I didn't know anything about why the military would not want transgenders in the military until my friend told me.
Transgenders. I've already told you.
I'm sorry.
That's not a thing.
Oh, okay. Well, so wait. What should I? What's
transgender
the vernacular?
People, like we humanize people. Like you sitting here saying transgenders, that's not a thing. I mean, like you like, yeah.
What do I call them?
Humanize people, transgender people, just like black people, just like, Hispanic people. We don't just say, that's super.
Okay, you're being petty now, because I don't say black people. There's
a difference. Black. I'm sitting here telling you, because I've corrected you multiple times, and what I'm saying is that you need to humanize people, because you're calling people transgenders is not a thing. And you doing that is dehumanizing people. And that's part of the problem, as far as like the reason why they're so vilified is because people don't know them, and then they try to dehumanize them, and it makes it easier for them to do so. And we're not doing that. So you can continue with your point, but again, transgender people.
Okay. Transgender people. The one thing that confused me back when they were saying they could no longer be in the military, my personal friend, yes, had an experience as a former veteran saying no, they shouldn't be in the military. They don't have access to their medications when they're overseas. They have major problems if they don't stay on them. They need to be able to have that. So that experience and conversation alone helped me understand it.
Danny, stop talking about anecdotal experience. I'm sorry. And now I'm not going to be calm about this anymore. I don't give a fuck about your actual friend or your friend's experience. I cannot verify your friend. I cannot verify
but you trust
your
the feds.
I cannot verify your friend. I cannot verify your friend's experience. I can't even verify that you're not fucking lying to me in real time. So again, give me some actual information that I can verify and stop telling me about your friend.
I don't have to lie to you. Who are you? I don't have to lie to you about anything. You're not Allah.
Then that's
and they
fine.
knows my truth, so I have no reason to lie to you or anyone else.
Then okay, at the very least, sure, you don't have to lie. Fucking respect the boundaries of the lie. Then can you do that? Can you actually say, hey, this guy who's hosting this live is telling me that he's not interested in anecdotal stories, and I would like to actually be able to continue to have this conversation. So let me give him some factual information. And for you to keep sitting here saying you trust the FBI, you guys are so fucking stupid. Sorry. You guys are stupid when you sit here and you deny information and you deny reality because you guys do your own research. I don't care about you guys sitting here saying these numbers aren't right. These numbers aren't true. Like, if you can't live in reality, then we can't actually be here together. I need something. I need something tangible. Something tangible. I don't care about your fifis. I don't. I literally don't. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to put you back on mute. And I'm going to thank a couple people, and then I'm going to pass it to Hector for a second because I need to stop. Like, there's that. W's in the chat for Sonya for the $10 donation saying Danny accepts sources that fits her narrative. Like, Sonya, I would agree with you, but apparently even she doesn't accept sources that fits her narrative. She just accepts her experience. W's in the chat for Brittany for the $5 donation saying, I don't know how you don't lose your shit without facts. She could say someone has diabetes just based off of her faith and her fifis. Stop using these medical terms when you don't know what they mean. Exactly. And that's like the point that I'm trying to make. I don't get how we get there. W's in the chat for Raymond for the $10 donation saying, I'm LGBTQ and I don't have mental illness. Exactly. And the stigmatization of that is gross. W's in the chat for Shannon. Holy fuck, guys. Massive W's in the chat for Shannon for the $50 donation saying the facts, unalivement rates go up without TS surgery. Exactly, because then you're forcing people to actually live in a body that does not align with who they are. Like, and again, forcing people to be something that they are, it's like, it's massively gross. So there's that. Guys, W's in the chat for all the donors. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted and things appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, keep tapping the screen, share the live. Let's go and get the lights up to 200,000 likes. Also, can we knock out the donuts? Can we knock out the donuts, please? Can we knock those out? It's the daily gift goal. Can we knock out the donuts? Hector, take the wheel.
Hello, Danny. How are you? Is it Danny or Danny?
Danny.
Danny. How are you, Danny?
Sorry, I was muted. I'm doing great, Hector. I thank you for having me, Santana, and at least being able to give me a platform to express. And hope you're doing well too, Hector. But I'll go back to mute so you can speak.
Well, I'm speaking for you.
Okay.
I want to address 2 points that you said. I'm going to start with the what you said about the states and not cooperating with the Trump administration, specifically in regards to statistics. So one thing
that's been going on for a while. That's not just with under Trump. That's been going on for years.
I would say the lack of cooperation is more so very adamant, particularly with the Democratic states now. But sure, yeah, I know red states have kind of been doing it in certain statistics and whatnot. But I think one thing I'm personally tired of is the partisanship on both sides, where we're quite literally too busy attacking one president after the other, one party after the other, instead of being like, hey, I may not like this thing, but at the end of the day, we're all in this together. We need to talk about some solutions, right? And I would really like to get us back to a place where we're talking about solutions to fix this country, even for people we disagree with, because it's their right to live how they want to live. It's kind of hard to do that when the president of the United States goes into his administration and long beforehand, calling people on the left the enemy within, and they're destroying the country, and they're a bunch of P3DOs and all this different stuff. So the issue that I have with, I guess, the statistics and getting all of it from every state to make educated decisions on how to go about tackling some of the issues is that we're not going to do that like demonizing them. Donald Trump has shown no cooperation whatsoever with blue states. He's disrespected their state rights despite running off of that and his justification for his Supreme Court justices and overturning Roe v. Wade, so on and so forth. So I think if we're to talk about more cooperation, it should start with Donald Trump watching his mouth. Is that something we can like agree on at least?
I would agree 110% on that. And I think a lot of times people don't believe I'm not a Trump supporter because I don't come out here being like, you're a loser, you're this, you're that. That's not how my vernacular is going to be. And I think that is gross on both sides.
Wait, you're not a Trump supporter?
Hold on. So you think just because you're not someone that is actively saying mean things, you think the harm that you've been up here perpetuating harm this entire time. You think the stuff that you're saying is not as bad as you just saying, hey, you guys are a bunch of meanie heads. Like you like the things, you know what the difference is between you and other Trump supporters? They're saying the quiet parts out loud versus you are dog whistling certain things. And I started to say something else, but I just decided to be nice. I chose kindness. You're pretending as if you aren't saying effed up stuff, right? The one thing about me is I'm from the South, right? From South Carolina. Okay. And I currently live in Washington State. While living in South Carolina, I dealt with racism in the sense of like blatant, open racism right in my face, right? People actively perpetuating racism in my face. And then I moved to Washington State and I deal with racism as well. But you know what? It's covert racism. They do and say and, sneaky underhand sly things. The difference isn't that, I'm experiencing racism in South Carolina, but I don't experience racism in Washington State. I'm experiencing it in both places. It's just the way that they go about it. So you sitting here and hiding your hand while you're throwing rocks does not make you better than any other Trump supporter. Sorry, go ahead, Hector.
Yes, it was pointed out in the chat, polite racism, sexism, xenophobia, transphobia, it's still those things, whether it's said nicely or said aggressively. But onto the note of the transgender community, I'm going to keep this short and sweet because I personally don't feel that us cisgendered people should have them in our mouths so much. I think one thing that's okay. One thing that gets me about these conversations, mostly from the right and their views on it, is that there are all kinds of things that I disagree with in life. I'm anti-smoking. Anyone who smokes cigarettes, I automatically have a disdain to some degree for that person because of how destructive they are, especially when we talk about secondhand smoking and how much that affects children. Big no-no for me. Can't stand it. Disgusting. I would never, upon given the ability to, ban smoking in the United States because I understand whether it's destructive or not, that people have a right to choose what they want to engage in for themselves. And my personal opinion on how destructive it is irrelevant in the conversation of rights for people in allegedly one of the most freest countries in the world. So when it comes to the transgender community, I'm never going to argue what they choose to do in their mind, in their body, with their money, with their families, with their surgeons, on their bodies. It just doesn't make much sense to me. So I guess my question is, why can't we all at least go have your opinions on it? There's nothing I can really do with your opinion. You have a right to set opinion. But why should we be voting on behalf of people who ultimately just want to live their lives the same way you want to live your life? You have the right to express your religion and live that how you want to in your Muslim faith. And nothing's challenging that in this country. Why can't we keep that same energy for other people and their rights?
Okay. Is it me speaking
Yes,
now? I will say one thing I disagree with you. I would be perfectly fine if we outlawed alcohol and cigarettes. Perfectly fine. There are negative aspects to it, like you said, secondhand smoking.
Danny, so would I personally. So personally, yes. I'm saying if I was given the ability to, I would be stepping out of boundaries and forcing that on the broad majority of people who would have the right to. That's what I'm saying. My personal opinion aside, I don't ever think that we should take that option away from people. You know what I'm saying?
Me, I believe in debauchery. Fuck it. Like, I smoke, I drink, I'm supposed to stop, but I can't. No. Anyway, keep going. Like, fuck all that. You guys aren't going to stop my fun. Anyway, go ahead, Hector.
No, so the point is, again, I can separate how I feel personally about things from how the world does and what the world should be allowed to do so long as it affects them and mostly them alone. Go ahead, Danny.
I don't think that it can be separated. I think that at least in our system, and I'd like to make a distinction here between we are under attack. Muslims in America are under attack. We're under attack in Michigan. We're under attack in Texas.
You support the person that's attacking you.
Yeah, I was going to get to that.
I've already said that, and she never directly addressed that. You're sitting here and pretending as if your religion isn't actively under attack by the person that you support. You're contradicting yourself. You not only did you vote for harm, but you're perpetuating harm based off of the hatred that you have for a less than 1% of the U.S. population. It's weird. W's in the chat for Kat.
I do not have hatred in my heart, first of all, for anyone.
W's in the chat for Kat for the $5 donation saying she changes her religion on every live, shaking my head. Is that true? Are you a chameleonaire?
No, I've been a Muslim since 2019 when I took my Shahada. So I definitely, I don't know.
I believe Kat. W's in the chat for Kat. W's in the chat for Kyson, who sent a $2 donation saying absolutely correct. Sorry, I can't do more.
We had a law here.
Listen, Kyson, thank you so much. You're fucking awesome. I promise you, when I say everything's accepted, anything's appreciated, I absolutely mean that. And your $2 means the world to me. So thank you so much for your donation. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, make sure you're taking care of Hector while he's here. Please, please, please make sure we are taking care of Hector. Let's get him over. He's close. Let's get him over 1,000 coins, and also make sure you give him a follow. And last but not least, I know he has his pay links running in the Linktree in the bio. Go ahead and stop in and show him some love. Show Hector some love. So guys, can we take care of Hector? Bottom line is for
Can
me,
I say something to make you blow your mind now? And you can call me a hypocrite. You can call me names, whatever you want. It's irrelevant. But this year in Iowa, we had a law that passed that wanted to take away civil rights for transgenders here in Iowa.
Transgender
transgender people. My bad. It's not intentional or to be hateful it's just whatever. So I will tell you what I did this year when that was on the floor and they were talking about passing it, and there was only 5 GOP that were on my side. I wore my Trump shirt and I stood in the middle of that rotunda with everyone else holding a sign that said real GOP does not support bigotry. I don't want to take away anybody's civil rights in any manner, because like Hector was saying,
I don't care about your performative stance. Like you sitting here saying that oh, I put on a shirt and held a sign and said real this or that. Like, yeah, that's fine, but you're actively perpetuating harm and you're actively supporting people that are perpetuating harm. So while you may sit here and say that, oh, you protested against this, you literally still voted for it. You literally still support someone who is actively perpetuating this harm. It would be a difference if you say, hey, I voted for Donald Trump, but I disagree with what he's trying to do to the transgender community, to the queer community, to people with disabilities, to veterans, to Black people, to brown people, but you're not saying any of those things. So you wearing a t-shirt is just like the fucking people on the left wearing the blue bracelet. I don't give a shit about any of that performative stuff. I'm sorry. You didn't blow my mind with that. You just told on yourself.
Well, I didn't vote on that issue. I voted on ending wars. Point blank, period.
Whether you consciously or not voted on that, that was on the ballot. That was what he ran off of. And I do have to say, I can only imagine some of the transgender individuals in that setting that you talked about looking at you with utter confusion that you were holding this sign wearing a Trump shirt. And I'm not trying to knock you. In fact, I'm going to be a little bit nicer than Santana. Ashbakan the Hector today. I'm appreciative of you, I guess, not supporting what they were trying to do in Iowa. But there's a lot more other things that you would have had to just not known or straight up ignored. So someone asked you this question, and I'm gonna use this example. If you heard about the Heritage Foundation spearheading something alongside the Trump administration, and it was called a Black violent extremist stopping group, and this group was made specifically to go after and spy on Black people who they are alleging to be terrorists in the country, is that something that you would support?
Absolutely not.
And why is that?
Well, as I mentioned, I am definitely not a supporter of the feds. I'm definitely not supporter of any of the narrative that one race that they're the one, like, no, I just wouldn't. No, absolutely not.
So I take it I take it you find it a little bit ridiculous that would create an entire organization based off of a immutable characteristic about his person, right? It would be ridiculous to start a women's violent extremist group or a Black violence extremist group or we can think of all the other groups. That would be a little insane, right? Because violent extremists can come from any walk of life. And making one specifically for any race, gender, or whatnot is ridiculous, right? We can say that would be bigotry.
It's definitely racist hate for sure. And I mean, but the reality of this situation is they poisoned Black Panther's breakfast.
So we're not talking about the organization, right? The purpose of the point I was giving you is to say that to create a group to spy on and track these people based off of those characteristics would be very bigoted. So the reason why I gave you that scenario is because that was actually spearheaded by the Heritage Foundation to create a transgender violent extremist group. And they would use this to spy on transgender individuals, specifically that they alleged to be going down the extremist pipeline. The problem with that is really and truly, it was never actually fully implemented, but we already know in DHS, and you may not have known this, I'm going to tell you now, DHS changes their policy handbook early this year to actually be allowed to spy off of someone based off of their gender identity. I made a video on this, and this is well documented. This isn't theory, this isn't fear-mongering. It's actually changed, where gender identity expression is no longer protected under who you can spy on. And I think that's insane.
None of us are protected. Patriot Act. None of us are. Like, we can all, like, it doesn't matter. We're all at it. But yes, that is wrong. Patriot Act was wrong. And that impacts all of us.
Sure. But again, let's keep this specific. This was the Trump administration's directives. This was their plan all along. They've made it abundantly clear where they stand on behalf of that community. And whether you agree with their lifestyle or not, who they are or not, we should all put our foot down and say that that is not okay. And whether you knew it or not, that is precisely what you voted for. The important part now going forward, because that's all we can do, is put that aside. Well, we have to condemn
what we need to do now is build bridges of understanding so we can come together and and fight together against
We don't do that with hidden bigotry. I think you have some
we don't
things to unpack.
calling someone ignorant or stupid either.
Hold on, no, ignorance is not bigotry.
One second. W's in the chat for Merca. Merca sent a $5 Canadian. The exchange rate is you know what, $5 Canadian to say I send more if I could. But thank you for what you do from Canada. This is $5 with the exchange. Absolutely. Listen, all the love and support means the world to me. So even if it's $5 Canadian or whatever in the US, I still appreciate the love. Guys, if anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Make sure you guys take care of Hector, because Hector is here with us. Show Hector some love. And last but not least, if you are in the request, I need everyone to listen and lock in for a second. If you are in the request, you send a super chat. I'll check that in just a second. I'm sorry. If you're in the request and you are someone that does not support Donald Trump, get out of the request. Get out of the request. If you're a friendly, get out of the request. We're not talking to friendlies. We are only looking for some debate. So if you are in the request, please, please, please ensure that you are a Trump supporter, you're over the age of 18, and you are here to debate. W's in the chat for Ellie. I apologize, Ellie, for the $2 super chat to say, Santana, please kick this troll. Ellie, I love you so much. Thank you so much, Ellie, for the $2 super chat. Again, if you are in the request and you are not a Trump supporter, get out of the request. We're not talking to friendlies. We are only looking for some debates. Hector, go ahead.
Yes, I was mostly wrapped up in my point. We can't. And this is just very common now with Republicans. Now I'm hearing a lot more Republicans going, hey, we need to put aside all these things and fight against the things that are bad for us. And that's fine, but we can't go anywhere until we start with the fact and acknowledge the fact that this was voted on specifically by 77 million people. That's where it starts. It starts with that acknowledgement. I can't move anywhere with a Trump supporter and fighting back against this administration or fighting back against Democrats who are failing us until we acknowledge the fact that this country is worse off under Trump, and that's what you voted for. Once we move on from that point, we can talk about everything else. And that's not a slight to you being, I really hate it when people say this, like being called ignorant isn't an insult. Ignorance is not exclusive to Trump supporters. Being ignorant on something doesn't necessarily mean that you're stupid, right? It's just, hey, this is something I was unaware of. This is something I wasn't knowledgeable of. So we have to accept that at first. I'm ignorant to the intricate details of Keynesian economics. That doesn't make me stupid, right? So I don't want you to take a lot of things Santana is saying as an insult and the frustration that he's displaying.
You should definitely take the things I say as an insult.
God damn it. All right.
I mean, what I say with all due disrespect.
I don't.
Focus on the truth in the statements, okay? Don't worry about the slide. Focus on the truth in the statements. And we can all learn from something. Even a good dog walking, we can all learn from that.
Exactly. And you don't have to get, I remember
when you say exactly, you got to actually accept it. Like you can't just say it, you got to accept it.
It's truth. You're right. But I like I said, I'm new to this TikTok stuff and this live stuff, and I find them very engaging and entertaining and educating as well. But I was on one guy's the first time I got on here, and he totally flipped, lost it. And it doesn't have to get like that.
Yeah.
You don't, I'm still smiling. I'm still going to have a great day. And I want everyone else to.
Listen, the one thing that I will say is, even though, we've had a little bit of contentious back and forth, and I disagree with the things that you say, I don't want it to be an experience where you don't feel welcome to actually come on my live and to debate me on anything that you may believe, because listen, the core fundamental value of who we are as Americans, as people, is to have a difference of opinion and to be able to articulate those differences of opinion and be able to go back and forth. So with that being said, you did say it's informational. You also said that it's entertainment. I am I don't know if you've been able to tell, right? The aesthetics, the sounds and everything. I desperately believe in the information, education, and entertainment. So, Danny.
Yes.
As a peace offering, I guess you can say, how about this? Can I show you a magic trick? Would that be possible?
Yeah, whatever it's your life, whatever you want to do. I just appreciate you giving me an opportunity to speak.
Let me show you a magic trick just as my appreciation. And so, things aren't necessarily, was so tense. Fuck off. W's in the chat for Nicholas, who sent a $50 donation saying, she's so polite. I hate it. Absolutely. Like that fake nicety, like it chaps my ass because you can sit here and I'm literally, again, I'm from the South. I know what bless your heart means. Like I literally know it.
I was just going to say, we know it very well.
Exactly. Like you can't hide. I see you. You cannot hide. W's in the chat for Kristen as well for the $1 donation. Sorry, I read that wrong, but thank you so much for the $1 donation. I really appreciate it. And yes, I completely agree. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted and things appreciated. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter. Guys, really quick, can we get Hector over 2K really quick? Hector, I appreciate you coming up and trying to ashwagandha the situation that I was losing my shit.
See, I didn't do that because of how you were responding to her. That's just the mood I'm in today. I don't want to argue with these people. But the reason why I got in the request was when she said that she was a Muslim. Mm-hmm. And I just a couple of days ago, and this has actually happened several times in the last couple of months, I had a guy come up on my panel and he brought up Dearborn, Michigan. Mm-hmm. They're violating city ordinances. They're in the government. They're doing all this stuff. And I'm like, I don't think y'all, they don't like y'all proudly wearing that picture you had up with his face and your shirt. They don't like y'all. They don't support y'all. Zohar Mamdani he showed it. The attacks on him that Trump retweeted. They don't like y'all.
They do not.
I don't get it.
I don't either. Yeah. Anyway, Hector, I appreciate you coming up.
Not a problem, man. Y'all be easy.
All right, have a good one. All right, guys, again, only request up if you are a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. I am only looking for some debates. If you are a friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart. Me, it's only one coin. It'll help boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Let's see here. I think we need to take a whole step back because, again, I think that we need an understanding as far as what this is about. And I'm looking for Trump supporters. I'm looking specifically for people that support Donald Trump and want to tell me, because I think the Trump train is over. I think specifically after what just happened today, what happened earlier, the Trump train is officially over. It's officially over. We can talk about the e-files and the additional pictures that just came out. We can talk about the war crimes that Donald Trump is committing and the fact that Donald Trump is actively trying to get the ICC to change their constitution. What happened today? If you guys don't know, 95,000 pictures came out. 95,000 pictures came out, and they're pictures that connect Epstein with some of the most powerful people in this country, including there's one picture of Donald Trump surrounded by young girls. All of the young girls' faces are redacted. Donald Trump is cheesing like a Chester cat side to side. There's also documentations and pictures around Donald Trump apparently selling condoms, saying for $4.50 each. And on the condoms, it says, "I'm huge." Literally. But also you talk about the connection with Bill Clinton. Fuck him too. You talk about Steve Bannon, Bill Gates, Prince Harry, or whatever the fuck he's calling himself now. All of these people are directly connected to Epstein, and they have to stand in it. And with that being said, MAGA, there's no way in hell that you guys are still supporting Donald Trump today. There's no way in hell you guys can still support Donald Trump. I don't. What did I say? Prince Andrew. whatever, not Harry and Meghan Markle, but Andrew, I apologize. Prince Andrew, not Harry. Yes. Got it, chat. There's no way in the world that you guys can still support him today. Like it's just not a thing. But again, we can talk about the fact that the ICC, Donald Trump is actively trying to get them to change their constitution. Donald Trump wants them to change their constitution so he cannot be prosecuted for war crimes. Him and his cronies are actively trying to ensure that they don't get prosecuted for war crimes. Will, I can see you here on my backup, but I can't see you on the front of the screen. Can you hear me?
We are Charlie Kirk.
How about you not be an incel? Would you like to debate, or did you come up here? Yeah, I don't care about you saying the N-word either. Did you come up here to debate, or did you come up here just to be an incel? Listen, this is the funny thing about what you do, right? You're so stupid that you don't have anything else. That's the best that you have. Listen, your clan ancestors would be embarrassed by the fact that you haven't even been able to update your racism. You come up here and you spam the N-word like I'm gonna melt. But guess what didn't happen? I didn't melt because you're insignificant, bud. You're weak. No, don't say sorry now. Stand up, say it with your chest. As a matter of fact, you got camera access. Turn your camera on. Turn your camera on. I just sent you a request. Nope, don't come off mute. Turn your camera on. Say it with your chest. If you're gonna sit up here, and then you ran away. Fucking coward. Like, I think the thing that they don't understand about me is I don't care about you saying the fucked up shit as long as you're willing to actually say it with your chest. Get on camera and do it. Tommy, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Tommy, how are you still supporting Donald Trump today after what's going on?
Well, what other alternative do you have? You know what I mean? It's the most sane choice.
You think so?
Yes, absolutely.
Ooh, okay. So I guess like there's a bunch of stuff happening currently with Trump and this administration that I would think is like just absolutely a no for you. But let's do this. Have you ever heard of a game called Ban for Ban?
No.
Okay, so it's a thing where I'll make it simple for you. We're gonna go ban for ban, right? I want you to say something that you think is bad about the left, and I'm gonna say a thing that I think is bad about the right, and we're gonna go ban for ban. We're gonna go back and forth until one of us runs out. All right, ready?
Okay.
All right, you start.
Racism.
The right owns racism and perpetuates racism to the maximum amount of harm.
The left perpetuates racism.
No, you're just repeating the same thing. I just told you.
Well, that's what I said. That's what I said, racism. That's
right, but now you have to go to a new point. Like, we're not talking about that anymore. I get, yes, racists are on both sides. The right perpetuates it at a higher level and to maximum amount of harm. Anyway, keep going.
Immigration from third world countries.
The right is taking undocumented immigrants and putting them in concentration camps and selling them off to other countries for free slave labor.
Sexualizing our children.
The right is protecting and harboring PDF files and actually putting them into governmental systems and ensuring that they don't see justice.
Censoring free speech.
The right is literally restricting people's citizenship and also trying to put people in jail for exercising their First Amendment right for free speech.
Telling a lie that all cultures are equal.
The right is telling people that they need to actually, what is the word? Holy smokes. I'm spacing on the word. Assimilate. There we go. Assimilate, not understanding that there's no such thing as American culture that's outside of the culture that Black people have created, and then also the harmful things that the American people perpetuate.
Telling a lie that white people are responsible for slavery and that America is responsible for slavery or any different than any other country.
The right is trying to erase the history of slavery, understanding that this country did chattel slavery and built this country on the free labor of Black people, and at the same time maintain these racist systems that perpetuate harm to Black and brown people, all non-white people, while capitalizing on their labor and free resources.
The lie that a race is responsible for a government's choice based on administrations during hundreds of years ago.
I don't understand that, but let's stop for a second because it feels like you really want to talk about race.
Yeah,
Like
you're
not saying, wait, hold on. You're not saying any of the other stuff. You just want to talk about race. Got it. You could have just said that. You could have just said you want to talk about race.
No, I just think it's the number one issue. I don't know. I've never done this.
It's not. I mean, like literally, there's multiple issues that are negatively impacting the country. I mean, the fact that we're on the brink of war, the fact that our economy is in the shit. Hold on. The fact that the country's on the brink of war, the fact that our economy is shit, the fact that unemployment is up, inflation is up, the fact that the housing market is on a bubble getting ready to crash, including you could talk about the fact that people no longer are losing access to healthcare, like all of these other things, but you keep wanting to do identity politics. So you know what? You got the right one, baby. Before we start talking about race and racism and all this other stuff, a couple quick clarifying questions. What's your race?
I'm white.
That's what I thought. All right, so you're white. What is race?
Well, I mean, if you say specific race, I'm Italo-Norman and Irish.
I know you're white. Like we're talking about the categories as far as race.
It's a skin color. It's not really a race.
So you okay? Go back to what I just said. What is race?
It's your where you're from. I mean, not where you're from, but race would be. I mean, exact definition would be Irish, British. You know?
Those are nationalities. So you don't know what race are or race is. Okay, cool. So what's racism?
Well, I would say racism is when you hate another race based on their skin color.
Okay, no, that's not race. I'm sorry, that's not racism, and racism isn't predicated on hatred at all. So I mean, we're going to do this dance, right? I don't mind tangoing, but the thing that I want to make sure that you know before we get into this conversation is you don't even know what race nor racism is. And yet you think that you want to have this conversation. No, the point is that literally you're a toddler coming up here and you want to have a algebra math off with me.
This game and ask these questions.
No, Tommy, I'm trying to see. Listen,
how is it not ruining our country?
Wait, Tommy, listen to me for a second. The reason why I have those questions is because I want to know the level of conversation that I'm getting ready to engage in. If you have the ability to,
no, you're playing a debating damn game.
Shushies, bud, shushies. Listen, I'm trying to understand your level of intelligence and your depth of knowledge when it comes to this topic, because I need to understand what type of conversation I'm getting ready to have. And I need to understand whether this conversation is going to be rooted in like facts, information, and actual things that can be verifiable, or if we're going to be talking about the fifis in your tum-tum. And I completely understand that we're going to be talking about the fifis in your tum-tum, Tommy. I don't have a problem talking about the fifis. I just need to know where we were coming from with this conversation before we get started. Why would I, you know, a 5-star chef, make a amazing, immaculate dinner for someone who only eats chicken fingers and French fries? You're literally a chicken finger and French fry type of person. Why would I cook you steak and potatoes? Anyway, we'll get into it. 1 second. W's in the chat for Feisty. Feisty sent a $15 donation saying, just love and tamales. Feisty, thank you so much for that $15 donation. You're fucking awesome. Thank you so much. W's in the chat for Tara. Tara sent a $5 donation saying, I don't have much, but please just know how much I appreciate you for always standing up for the trans community. As a mom of a transgender child, my heart breaks from all the hate in this world. But it also resets a bit. It resets a bit of ease knowing people like you exist. Listen. First and foremost, thank you so much. I really appreciate your love and support. Again, when I'm serious, when I say this, not just for you, Tara, but just anyone. If anyone does support, like, you guys never have to say you're sorry for anything that you actually send, because I promise you, you don't have to do it. And you doing that means the world to me. I am grateful for each and everything. I truly mean that. I genuinely mean that. Thank you so much for that donation. Thank you for the star map. W's in the chat for Chris, who sent a $2 super chat to say paradox of tolerance. Exactly. W's in the chat for all the donors. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. All right, Tommy, I sent you a request to come off mute. I want you to tell me about all this racism that you're seeing and like what has you so bothered. I'll give you the floor.
Okay, because, you know, I'm a white guy. I'm in my 50s, right? And all I've done is endure racism. I've been racially profiled. I've been discriminated against, right? And we're tired of it. I don't care what color you are, what matters.
Oh, you cut out for a second, Tommy.
For a reason.
Tommy, you cut out for a second.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Are you there?
Can you hear me again?
Yeah, I can hear you better. You cut out for a second. Go ahead.
Okay, you got it. I said, I don't care about race one way or another, but I'm sick of the race card being played. And I'm sick of us not telling the truth about immigrating from third world countries where their culture is screwed up. There's a reason why their countries suck. And we got to stop bringing them here because we're bringing their problems here to this country. And I'm watching our country go downhill. And you can call it racism if you want, but it's a fact. And that's what the issue is.
Okay, no worries. So look, let's do this, right? Let's level set for a second. I guess I need to take you back and tell you like the basic building blocks, because what you said is wrong, right? It's all wrong. You being a white man in America, you're not a victim of racism. Like that's not what racism is. Racism is, race is a social construct that is predicated on socially acceptable phenotypical characteristics that is used to exploit the free and cheap labor
That's
of
a lie. That's all made up stuff in college.
Tommy, I sat there quietly and let you speak. I need you to do the same. If we're going to have a conversation, you can't interrupt me, okay? Thank you. So like I said, it's based off of phenotypical characteristics that was manufactured to exploit the free and cheap labor of non-white people. And then when you talk about racism, racism was actually created to justify chattel slavery. Literally, racism was used for, it was created by a Portuguese man by the name of Gomes de Zerara, who wanted to perpetuate the myth that the people that didn't look like him, non-white people, were from the lesser hemisphere, meaning that they were less smart, they were less human, they were less intelligent, and it was to justify chattel slavery to the church. Like that's how he got approval for chattel slavery for the church, right? And you know, it's all about capitalism. So understanding what race and racism is the first step to understanding like how you can actually perpetuate race and racism. Now, a lot of people get confused about racism and like other forms of, you know, like bigotry and, you know, xenophobia and, you know, things like that. Now, when you talk about perpetuating racism, Black people cannot cultivate the system of racism. And so since they can never utilize racism to their advantage, like white men can, they can't do it. Literally, but the system wasn't created for you to be affected by racism, Tommy. So you can't be affected by racism. Does that make sense to you? I'm going to send you a request to come off mute.
No, that doesn't make sense to me at all. Okay, so this is something they taught you guys in college, right? I understand this whole agenda about Black people can't be racist. It's a lie. I agree with what you said about the history of racism. They actually did it because they treated African Americans like cattle, right?
Wasn't African
and they wanted to dehumanize them, and they wanted to not. Okay, so you asked me not to interrupt. Can you not interrupt?
I'm correcting what you're saying. You're not saying the right thing. That's fine, but you're not saying the right thing.
No. Wait a second. You can't. I thought you didn't say the right thing either, and you told me not to interrupt, and I respect that.
Yeah, but there was. Wait,
no, you can't. It's an opinion. You can't say.
Tommy, were there African Americans during chattel slavery?
What do you mean?
Before the Black people were enslaved in America, were they African Americans? Yes or no?
No, slavery was across all races prior to the American chattel slavery.
I just need you to answer that question really quick, Tommy. The Black people that were brought from Africa to the Americas and other areas, were they African American or were they Black people?
Oh, they were Black people.
Okay, so that's why I was saying you said something that was incorrect. There was no such thing as Black people at that time. That's what I was talking about.
Okay, it was just a misstatement. Okay,
and that's why I was just trying to correct it. Right. Anyway, you can keep going.
All right. Okay, so basically what you're saying is, okay, first of all, everybody was slaves. All people were slaves, right? Slavery isn't unique to black people. Everybody's been
Chattel
slaves.
slavery is.
Yes, that is true, and that was really, to be honest, that was really a cultural thing, right? Because it was a book that, like you said, a book came out, and they were trying to dehumanize black people, right?
Sure. Are you talking about white people culture? You said it was a culture thing.
Oh, it was part of the white culture. Yeah, it was part of the European culture, American culture specifically.
Okay,
it became
so you're saying chattel slavery is a part of white culture. Okay, got it.
Yeah, absolutely. It came from white culture, right? No culture is perfect. Every culture is going to have flaws, right? It's when you measure them, which one is better, which one is more successful, and you can't doubt the European culture is more successful throughout the world and throughout history. And it's not just about race. It has nothing to do with race, actually, because Magna Carta started, much further back. But culture does matter. African Americans today are not African. They're totally different people.
Black people, yeah.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong about.
But that's the difference between race and ethnicity, which a lot of people don't understand. Like that whips your ass so bad. But there's a huge difference between race and ethnicity.
Well, I only care about ethnicity. I don't care about race. If you're an American, I'm your brother, period. If you're not, I'm not. That's how I see it. I don't see race. But when others see race,
so you're saying you don't see color?
I say F you to them.
Tommy, are you saying you don't see color?
I don't see color.
Okay. You know why that's racist as fuck?
Why?
Because you sitting here saying I don't see color invalidates the lived experience of people that are not like you, like non-white people, because you are sitting here. Hold on. No, let me finish. You're sitting here perpetuating the myth that everyone has the same lived reality as you, where it's just not true. You as a white man have different advantages, experiences, and different things along those lines than I do as a black man or as a black woman or as a woman, period. Like there's a complete difference, right? And so you sitting here saying, I don't see color means that you, for some reason, thinks that you think that everyone has the same lived experience that you have. It's not true.
Oh, cry me a river. What if you're fat? What if you're ugly? They don't get discriminated against. That's just life, man. Grow up.
Yeah, again,
stop whining about it.
There's a difference. Wait, hold on. No, because see now that's a bad faith. That's a bad faith argument, Tommy, for you to sit here and say, well, what if you're fat? What if you're
argument? It's reality.
It's literally a difference when you talk about perpetuating harm with racism versus being like fat phobic or just mean.
What harm is coming to you?
Sure. Let's talk about it. Question for you. Do you know what a pulse oximeter is?
Yeah.
What's a pulse oximeter?
It's a device that takes your pulse. So they hook it up to you when you're in the hospital.
It tests the actual amount of oxygen in your blood.
Okay.
So do you know what the issue is with pulse oximeters?
No. Okay. What do you mean issue?
Yeah. Pulse oximeters, the way that they are constructed, they're unable to get accurate readings for Black people. And they have never fixed the actual issue. Black people literally have to be attached to this equipment. There is a known issue that the medical community is actively not trying to fix because it only affects Black people. You don't think that's a problem, that if there's a known issue for equipment that can be fixed, but they're not fixing it?
Yeah, that's an issue. I would address it in Congress. That's stupid. That's ridiculous.
Well, and we can
I would
agree,
just straight up address it in Congress.
Yeah,
but any American can do that. That's wrong. It should be changed. But it's probably more to do with industry.
No. Listen.
I doubt
we can agree on that. We can agree on that. And see, that's my whole thing, right? Like you can sit here and say, like we should actually. Oh, where she just went? Adorna, where'd you just go? Come back, Adorna. Like we could talk about. Okay, let me kind of shift for a half a second. Take a side step. Do you know what redlining is?
Yes.
Okay, what's redlining?
Redlining is where banks would. I don't know the exact definition, but I'll paraphrase
loosely. Yeah.
Okay, you got it. Right? Basically, where banks would take certain areas that were predominantly African American, and they would, not lend to those people, right? Not lend in those areas or, basically affect the property value and the ability for African Americans to buy property.
Yeah, loosely, close enough, right? The banking system trying to ensure that certain properties are devalued, whether is also not giving loans to Black people that qualify with the same qualifications, trying to highlight certain areas to keep people in certain areas, blah 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 blah. Cool. So, how long? If I said, give me your best guess as far as the last time there was a major bank that was successfully sued for redlining, when would you think that was?
I don't know, but I'm going to answer this. I think it's justified.
No. Just take before you go. Before you,
serious problem with crime.
Yeah, I hear you. 1350. Ooh, booga booga. Sure.
I mean, it's truth.
Yeah, that's fine, Tommy. I need you to answer this question before you try to, get dog walked on something else. When?
No, whatever. You can take
hey,
it personal.
but I need you to lock in right here. When do you think was the last time that a major bank was successfully sued for redlining?
I have no idea.
Take a guess. Wildest guess.
I'd probably say never.
Never. Okay. You would say never. Adorna.
Never? Yeah, just in January of this year, 2025, a company called the Mortgage Firm was sued. In 2024, in October, Citadel Federal Credit Union was sued. We have January of 2023, City National Bank was sued. As a matter of fact, in 2023, the Department of Justice stated that over the past 2 years, they'd sued 10 different banks for redlining.
So the point that Adorna just made, and Tommy, I know you, as a mediocre white man, might not know this term, but it's called a give and go, right? So I just threw a layup and Adorna just slammed it home. The point that Adorna just made is that not only is redlining an active thing within society, but it's something that has perpetuated harm very recently, and it continues to perpetuate harm throughout the Black community because fucked up shit. Now, with that being said, you were just talking about 1350. You wanted to get into 1350. And so you want to talk about harm and violence and all that. Cool. Before you get to 1350, I want to just make sure I have an understanding. Are we talking about the FBI crime data?
I'm talking about what I see with my own eyes when I walk into Black communities.
I don't want to do your eyes, right? Because you're 50 something years old.
Well,
I'm sure you
have to be an idiot to not see it.
That's fine. But you're 50 something years old. I'm sure you have cataracts. I mean, maybe you might have cock eyes or something. I don't care. So
you can't handle it, bro.
That's fine. Let's talk about where you actually
You're a racist, bro.
Yeah, I hear you. You don't even know what race is. You can't define race nor racism.
You're a racist,
I don't
bro.
care.
You're a racist. Tommy, it's obvious.
Shh. Bub. I don't want you to crash out. I'm enjoying my time right now. I'm literally having a lot of fun at this moment. So I don't want you to crash. I want you to stay right here with me. Now, I just need to understand, where are you getting this information from? Are we referencing the FBI crime data when you start talking about 1350? I'm going to send you a request to come off mute. Are we talking about the FBI crime table?
No, I'm witnessing what my experience has been my whole life. I grew up in a Black community.
Okay. All right. So cool. So we're going to go experience for experience. Cool. I grew up in a white community and all the crime ever created in all the world was done by all the white people. White people commit all crime at all times. Now, what makes your claim different than my claim?
Proportionality.
Nope. Every single crime ever committed that I've ever known is all done by white people. So now what makes it different?
What are you talking about?
Exactly.
I have no idea what you're saying.
Exactly, because I'm not speaking from a place of information. So you sitting here saying, oh, it's where I grew up, it's my eyes, it's the same shit that I just did. That doesn't matter. That's why we need to actually
think anybody listening to this doesn't understand or know that Blacks and African Americans in America create way more crime?
Sure, let's test it. Chat. Put a 5 in the chat if you think all the crime ever committed forever, it was done by white people. Put a 5 in the chat if you think all the crime ever committed forever was done by white people. Drop a 5 in the chat. 5 in the chat if you think all the crime forever and ever was committed by all the white people. Hey, Tom, you see all those 5s that people are putting in the chat? You see that? Bunch of 5s, Tommy. So you understand that you just saying random shit has no value, because now we have over 2,000 people just putting fives in the chat because they agree with
That's your
me.
peanut gallery.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying, Tommy. So how about you actually speak from a place of information, bud? Like actual facts.
Bro,
I'm going to give you a second.
that-
Yep. I'm going to give you a second. I'm going to let you actually go find something that can back up your point. I'm going to read off a couple of thank yous, and I want to go to Adorna. And then when you come back, I want you to have some type of actual information, some actual facts. I don't care about your lying ass eyes. I don't care about your eyes. W's in the chat for Rhonda. Rhonda sent a $5 donation saying, thank you for being a good human. Money for the Nutcracker. I think I do want to go see the Nutcracker. I fucking love the Nutcracker. Thank you for the cake. W's in the chat for Rhonda. W's in the chat for Gerard for the $5 donation saying, hope you're doing great. Forgot to thank you the other day for how you stand up for women. My mother, fiance, and close friends were all SA'd by family members. We're making the world a better place. Listen, if we're not actively advocating and fighting back against that harm, then we're aligning with it, and that's something that's unacceptable. So W's in the chat. Thank you so much for that, Gerard. W's in the chat for Stacy. Holy fuck, Stacy sent a $25 donation saying, as a member of a white community, I want to say thank you for your lives. You have the patience of a saint with these incels, putting them in their place even when during the most of the time they're too brain rotten to get it in the moment. We need more people like you. Much love. Listen, I don't know about more people like me, but at the very least, I appreciate you guys being here for me and helping me get through this, because sometimes I want to crash out and I fight so hard not to do so. W's in chat for Grace for the $1 donation saying, where can I find the photos that were released? I looked it up in the Politico article. They have like links everywhere. Like it just came out this morning from the House Oversight Committee. It's a lot. W's in the chat from Corey for the, Lori. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Lori, for the $25 donation saying, thank you for teaching me about Persooks. I don't know what that is. And and redlining. I don't know. Persooks. Do you know what that is, Adorna? Persooks? I don't know. I'm sorry. And redlining. Love your lies. Thank you so much, Lori. I really appreciate you. W's in the chat for Lacey for the $5 donation that says, if Tommy can't see race, how has he been able to see so much crime from Black people? Oh, that's a fucking good point. Not Lacey with the dog walk from the donation. That's a fucking good point. Tommy, sit down and enjoy the dog walking from Santana and Lacey. W's in the chat for Randall for the $5 donation saying, you're the best. Thank you for what you do. Randall, you are way more better than me. Like, seriously, thank you so fucking much. And W's in the chat for Lotus for the $5 super chat to say, I asked him if he believes in the great replacement theory. Oh, we'll get to it. I am positive that he does. Guys, if anyone wants to like support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and links are in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys. Sorry. W's in the chat for Trisha, who sent a $5 donation saying, keep up the great work you're doing. I absolutely will. Thank you so much for that, friend. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Pay links and links are in the bio. Santana Speaks For You, best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. But guys, show Adorna some fucking love. Adorna's up here with me. Adorna's getting ready to join in, and we're going to run through this. Listen, it's going to be a give and go. It's going to be like some Shaq and Kobe, like LeBron and D-Wade. Like, it's going to be crazy. So, guys, make sure you're showing Adorna some love, and we are on it. Adorna, I'll give you the floor first. You got it.
Yep. So, Tommy, oops. Okay, so I had gotten a call, so I was on mute for a little bit.
Yeah, no
I mean, volume down for a little bit. But Tommy, do you think that just based on what you see, that you can accurately that what you see accurately depicts what's happening in society?
Oh yeah, it's so obvious. You have to be an idiot to not see it.
Okay, so then if you're only living in one neighborhood, how many Black people do you think there are in the United States?
16%, 350 million, probably about 50 million. Is that about right?
Yeah, around there. How many Black people do you think you know?
I don't know. Probably, I mean, how, like personally in my life right now? I mean,
you said you grew up in a Black neighborhood.
Black.
I don't care.
My wife is Black.
Yeah, I don't care. I asked how many Black people. Is that a number? Is my children and my wife are Black a number?
My ex-wife was Black.
Sure. Is that a number?
I mean, how many black people do I know? I mean, I got a pretty small circle. I'd say probably about 10 black people to family members I really don't know well, probably 50.
Okay. How many black people do you think were in your neighborhood?
Growing up,
Yeah.
probably 75% of the neighborhood.
Okay, that's that. How many? I know it's hard. It's how many do you think there were?
In the neighborhood I live, how big are you calling the neighborhood? 7 Trees probably had about what? I don't know, say 10,000 people. So 7,500, I don't know.
Yeah. The problem is this, right? The problem is that whatever it is that we see, because if I grew up in an all-white neighborhood, let's say I grew up in a trailer park and everyone there committed crime. They were just they were just criminals. They were just criminals. How do we determine if what you saw in your black neighborhood and what I saw in my white neighborhood, which one is accurate of the actual demographic that's related to the country?
Here's how: you go to Chicago, you go to Baltimore, you go to Oakland.
Yeah, can you tell me what number Chicago is? Sure. Can you tell me what number Chicago is in terms of crime?
You can go to any black community in the country.
Are you able to answer questions? I think you have a hard time answering questions. No, Tommy, you didn't. Hi, Tommy. That is just what's called. Yep.
I was just about to say, Tommy, if you continue to try to talk over Adorna, I'm going to mute you, bud. So, like, how about we go one at a time and you answer her questions? I'm going to send you a request to come off mute. Let's get it together.
Yeah, thank you. What number is Chicago in terms of crime in the United States? Tommy?
What do you mean by what?
Yeah, like ranking, like ranking, like they're 50, like in terms of the amount of states we have. What number do you think? Where do you think Chicago falls?
Well, Chicago's probably the second largest city.
Okay, I'm talking about in regards to crime. Let's say crime per capita, right? Where do you think it falls on the list?
You know what? I don't know, but I want to make this point, and don't interrupt me. Is I don't believe all those crime statistics. It's all political. It's just like the budget, everything else. I don't care if it's from the right or the left. It's all political. These statistics you're quoting, no one believes them.
That's so
They're all
stupid.
crap.
Yeah, the problem is this, though, right? The problem is that there are, let's just say 45 million black people in the United States. And your neighborhood, if you live, let's say, in a city on average has like, let's say around 5,000 or 6,000 people, right? You certainly don't know everyone in your neighborhood. That would be silly, right? You don't know all of those thousands of people. So there's no way that you could know what the crime is amongst the 42 million people in terms of demographic in relation to other demographics. You just don't know. And so the problem is that the crime statistics, like when someone does something and they're like, let's, put down this little tally right here, that would be a better way of knowing, because you personally clearly can't possibly know. Like again, Chicago, just so you know, it's number 28.
Mm-hmm.
28 on the list. Yeah, of the top criminalistic cities. So I'm just wondering, you guys just say Chicago all the time. Well, because you're racist.
Yes.
That's the reason, because it's something that you hear all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's something you hear all the time. And so because you just like thinking bad things about black people,
mm-hmm.
you internalize it and you repeat it. It confirms your already existent biases.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you say it despite never having looked it up, actually.
Mm-hmm.
It just makes you look silly.
It doesn't make me look silly. Here's the issue. Anybody can see it. I'm not buying into your narrative.
Well, you can't see, because do you live in Chicago? Wait, do you live in Chicago? Wait, do you live in Chicago?
You got to show
do you live in
respect to me
Chicago?
too.
Yeah, do you live in Chicago?
Thank you for the Christmas tree. Hey, Tommy, do you live in Chicago? Super simple question. We're just trying to make sure that we have an understanding as far as what your lion ass eyes are telling you.
Because he said anyone can see it.
He did say that. And unless he's omnipresent, transmission, whatever. Like, unless you have the ability to be in all places at all times to see all things. Tommy, do you live in Chicago?
Hey, stop interrupting me.
That's
right.
Yeah, sure,
Answer
I
the
If
will.
you want me to debate, you got to
Wait,
show
hold on,
respect.
Tommy,
to
I
me
will.
as
Hold on,
show
Tommy.
respect
I'm
to
just,
you.
Tommy,
Are
I'm
we
just
going
trying
to
to
be
understand
respectful
you
both
better.
ways, or is she just going to talk over me?
I agree. Tommy, I'm just trying to understand you better. So you said what you can see, like it's what you can see. So I'm just wondering what your perimeter is, what you can see, right? I'm not trying to talk over it. I'm just trying to understand what you're saying better.
Exactly. Tommy, we just need clarification for your point. I promise you, we're not trying to do that. When you say certain stuff, we want to make sure that we understand where you're coming from. And so sometimes we just hop in for clarification questions. So
Yeah,
I sent you a request to come off mute. We need to understand, do you live in Chicago? And then you can continue to talk. Tommy, the request to unmute is on your screen. You have to click that button, bud. While Tommy fights for his life against the mute button, I'm going to say a couple of thank yous. W's in the chat for Jaylene, who sent a $10 donation stand from a non-practicing white lady. I can tell you, I can't tell you enough how grateful I am for the arguments you provide regarding racism, both in our history and present. These arguments help me deal with the MAGA family and grill them with confidence. Keep kicking ass, guys. If you guys actually like any of the quote unquote arguments that I put out, it's because I learned from people like Adorna. Like, swear, I'm not even joking. Adorna, Swan, Jeff, Solid, Sean, like all of them. I promise you, I sit and Peach. Shout out to Peach. I just recently met Peach, but I adore her. I sit and I listen to them and I learn so much. So if you are actually interested in any of the information that I may be speaking about, I promise you, all of them are way smarter than me and way more equipped. So make sure you give Adorna a follow. Like, she's freaking awesome. W's in the chat. W's in the chat for Greg for the thank you so much for the $5 donation. I appreciate you educating all Americans. Listen, I'm just here to try to dispel the misinformation, disinformation. W's in the chat for Megan for the $1 donation, saying in criminal/forensic psychology, and it's infuriating that so many people talk about crime and punishment with their feelings. I'd love to join live with friendlies to talk more about criminal, legal, and forensic psychology at some point if you're interested. You know what? That sounds like a late nights topic. We got to do it. W's in the chat for Gerard for the $5 donation, saying I live 2 hours south of Chicago. There's suburbs/towns outside of Chicago with higher crime rates. Suburbs that are predominantly white. Exactly. Like that's what we're talking about. That's what we're looking at, guys. W's in the chat. If anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and links are in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. But guys, make sure you show Adorna some love. I know we're gifting Adorna, which please, guys, let's go ahead and get Adorna over 3K coins. Please. Can we go ahead and get her gifts up? But more than that, her pay links are in her bio. She also has a website. Make sure you click the link and give her a follow. Check out the link in her bio. She has some great information, and also just show her some love in general. All right, Tommy, thank you for coming off mute. Just to have a clarification so we understand where you're coming from. Do you live in Chicago? And then you can finish your point.
No, I don't live in Chicago, but I've been there.
Okay, so you don't live there. How long ago did you visit, or how often, I guess?
Oh, I've only been to Chicago one time.
Okay, perfect. You can go ahead and finish your point then.
My point is you can try to control the narrative with these stats and statistics, and I mean, each politicians will do this on both sides of the aisle, but people can see with their own eyes. If you, it's everywhere, right? Anytime there's predominantly Black, there's issues within the culture. I'm not saying that it doesn't directly relate to slavery, because I know it does. When you have dysfunctional families, you have dysfunctional children, these things happen, right? It happens in the white community too. There's white trash. I get it. But there is a serious problem within the Black community. And that needs to be addressed. And when you talk about redlining of banks, that's how this came about. How do you tell the bank they have to lend in such cases? You know, you go to some of these communities, African-American communities, and they're just, Walmart's moving out. Everybody, you know, they can't even keep businesses there because the businesses cannot survive. Okay. This is a reality. I have compassion for them. I do. But you got to understand, it has to be addressed honestly. It can't be addressed with all these lies and statistics because your feelings are hurt.
Sure. Right. Give me 1 second. I know Jeff wants to talk to you for a moment, so I'm going to let him get in just a second, but I want Adorno to be able to, because I know Adorno originally asked a question. I don't know if they even got close to answering your question, Adorno, or...
Yeah, not even close. What I'm trying to figure out is if you've been to Chicago one time ever, probably for like a little weekend getaway or something. If you've been there once and you don't live there, but your claim is, I can see it, I just don't know. Are you clairvoyant? I don't understand how it's happening. How are you seeing it? The issue is that you can only see within your sphere of influence or like in your area, right? And the people that you know, that's where you can see. But because you don't have access to millions of people, that is why we do stats in general, and in this particular case, crime stats, so that we can see, according to what's been reported at the very least, what is actually potentially happening, right? Or at least what's been reported. That's how it works. Otherwise, you're just going based on bias, which we clearly see here, because when you're talking about, for example, stores not wanting to be in Black neighborhoods, larceny is mostly done by white people. According to the FBI, white people are most likely to go into stores and take shit. Yep, that's white people. So if stores really didn't want to be around places where... So sorry. Yeah, so if stores really did not want to be around places where they were likely to have loss, right? They wouldn't be in white neighborhoods because that's who steals their stuff. Yep. Right. But you're just going based on bias because you're like Black equals criminalistic. And so it must be the Black criminals. That's what it is. You're just a bigot.
Yep. Shop
Black does not equal
shit.
Black does not equal criminality. That's bullcrap. I'm saying the proportionality within that community is higher. That's what I'm saying. Whites represent 65% of the population. What African Americans is 13 to 16, somewhere in there. So, of course, our numbers are going to be higher on welfare and other things because we represent majority. You can win this argument if you want to. If that's something you desire to win this argument, go ahead and win it. But the world
don't let them gaslight you.
If you go into an African American community, you see crime.
Yeah,
and it's everywhere. Every single predominantly African American community is ridden with crime and theft and murder.
You guys do think he's been to PG?
A reality.
Hey, hold on 1 second, Tommy. A couple of quick things. Adorno, they're asking, do you have a YouTube?
Oh, I do. And it's my name. It's Adorno_Lukes. I only have one video, but I'm going to start making videos. So you guys follow me. Follow me.
I feel like I fuss at everybody about this. Yes, you better.
I know. No, I am. I am going to start. I'm actually going to start going live on here as well and doing videos and all the things. That's the plan. So, yeah.
Awesome. Debbie's in the chat for Jay. Jay's my biggest ops for people that don't know that. Jay sent a $5 donation saying, in the name of Jeebus, I command you to stop letting her dog walk this clown. I feel bad for him. You're still my op. Much love. Much love to you, Jay. And listen, I can't help it. I literally, listen, when I bring certain people up, I know what to expect. And so I do that. W's in the chat for Jay. Guys, if anyone wants to like support the live, you can do so. Pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. Make sure we're showing Adorno some love. Her pay links are in the link tree. I think the mods are getting ready to throw them in a poll. So show Adorno some love. And speaking of, when I bring people up, I know what to expect. Jeff.
Mind if I just say thank you to Junior for the CA? Right thank you, Junior. Junior said I'm hitting him with the facts, and I appreciate that, Junior. Thanks.
Exactly. Guys, show Adorno more love, more love, more love. Jeff.
Santana, you know I'm fair as fuck.
Don't break it.
I'm super fair.
Jeff, don't break it.
Now my beef is with my siblings today because y'all are gaslighting this man.
Don't break it, Jeff.
Tommy, I'm gonna be fair to you. Like, my siblings said that you got a bias, and I don't think that's a valid inference. I want to just tell you that I believe everything you say. Like, everywhere you look, you see Black crime. So I just got a couple questions just to make sure I understand you correctly. My sister was wrong, right? You're not clairvoyant.
No.
You're not. All right, cool. So you're not everywhere all at once. You're just in one place at a time, like me, right?
Yeah, I've been all over the country though.
Wonderful. I love that. Me too. Me too. So check it out.
Mhm.
Are you saying that wherever there's a black neighborhood, it's wall to wall crime all the time, or is it
No.
like just pockets? Okay, cool.
No.
So here's the valid inference, Santana. There isn't crime everywhere. There is only crime where Tommy is.
Oh, shit.
He's the link. So like wherever he goes, he just happens to be at the spot where the crime is at.
Oh shit.
He's the common denominator. So I don't think you're biased, Tommy. I just think you're a criminal.
Holy shit, Tommy.
Actually, yeah, I do have a record.
Oh, I know that. Look. You know how I know that? Because criminals don't like doing crime around witnesses. Ooh. And you're not a witness, you're an accomplice. Ooh. You're the common denominator.
I was a criminal, yeah.
But you are currently a criminal.
Neighborhood, Seven Trees, California.
Do you know what that means, Tommy? Do you know what that means, Tommy?
What?
This is what we in the biz call projection. So you want black people to be the criminals, but it is in fact you that's the criminal. And instead of just admitting that you're a criminal, that's one of the 12 steps, ain't it? Like admit. Anyway,
no, I think
instead of admitting, I don't know why you're interrupting me, Tommy.
Nobody believes it.
Tommy.
Hey, Tommy. You remember me telling you like don't crash, and Jeff, you remember me telling you don't break it. Both of you stick to the rules.
Yeah, I'm not going to break you. Look, I'm agreeing with you, Tommy. I said that everything you said up here is true. Wherever you are at, because you can only see things where you are located, there is crime. And so you've formed this inference that crime is in all the black communities, but it's only where you're at. So the inference is that you are the criminal, and you just admitted it. So I agree with you there. We're not disagreeing, but it is projection because you're the one that's at all the crime spots. Like, I'm not a criminal, right? I know criminals, but they don't do crime around me because I'm not one of them, right? They don't go, hey, I'm about to do this crime thing. Let's let Jeff around because I'm not part of whatever they got going on. But they do it around you because you're part of it. That's all. Unless you're saying that criminals do stuff around people that aren't part of the crime.
Tommy, I'm going to send you a request. Oh, you have a request on your screen.
I'm a real honest person. I grew up in the ghetto. I'm not scared of the ghetto, bro. I'm not. I grew up in it. So you got a good point there, whatever. But that's not the point I'm trying to make. You want to win the debate, statistics, you want to say all this stuff, that you're fine. But you got to understand, no one believes you. 90% of the country can see. They got their own eyes. You can keep pushing this narrative you want to push, but nobody believes it. The only ones that want to believe it are the racists, the black racists, the Hispanic racists.
That's the part where you and I disagree.
In their groups and hate other groups. I don't hate blacks. I was married to a black woman. 3 of my children are biracial. You can believe that or not believe it, but it's a fact.
But Tommy, that's the part where you and I disagree, because now we have to like establish some understanding of words and understanding of what we can trust, right? I do not have a record. I am not a criminal. And I haven't injected any of myself into this, right? I'm just going on what you're telling me. So what you're saying is that the person who is a criminal, right, and is projecting their criminality onto others is more trustworthy than the person who is not a criminal and has not done that. And I just can't agree with that. Like, how are you saying to me that you're more honest than me when you're a criminal?
First of all, I'm not a criminal. I committed crime as a young man, right? Okay. I grew up in a dysfunctional family. Judge me on that if you wish. I don't care. I really don't care.
Hold on, wait, Tommy, just to clarify,
now,
you
said
that
doesn't mean you're right.
Wait, just
because I've committed crime in the past.
Wait, hold on. Just to make sure I understand this, what you're saying is that you have committed crimes, but you're not a criminal?
No, I was a criminal.
I don't think you know how that works.
No, I can redefine my character if I wish.
Yeah. Really quick, as well, Adorna, it looks like people are trying to send you Venmos, but it's requesting for the last 4 of your phone number.
Oh, well, that's odd. Yeah, because someone just sent me one just now. Jay sent me one that said, why you got to dog walk this man? Damn, racists can't live in peace near you. Oh, wait, they would never live near you. Never mind.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that's
if people are, because I know it does do that sometimes if someone's never sent you anything. So guys, if you're seeing that message when you're trying to send Adorna some love, you should see at the bottom where it says skip verification. Just make sure that you are using the name that's listed in mods. Can we make sure we have Adorna's pay link running in the poll? You should be if you verify that you're using the name that's listed in her bio, it should go right through and you don't need to do the verification of the last four. Also,
and thank you, Jay. By the way, thank you, Jay. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, no, Adorna, did you have any more? And they're also saying, do you have a PayPal?
Oh, I do have PayPal. All of them are Adorna. It should be all of them are Adorna Lukes. So Adorna _Lukes or just Adorna Lukes, but they're all Adorna Lukes. My name, right?
Yep. I'm gonna say a couple of quick thank yous, and then after I do this, I'm gonna let Jeff or Adorna, whichever one of you, finish speaking with Tommy. Tommy, I need you. Tommy, I'm gonna put you on mute because you got some background noise at the moment. But when they come back, I want you to try to actually engage with what they're saying and not necessarily live in an alternate universe. Okay.
Oh, and thank you to Lacey, by the way. Thank you, Lacey.
W's in the chat for Lacey. Let's go. Yes, Adorna does sound like a sweet teacher, but I promise you guys, I'm gonna sidetrack for a moment because fuck it. My wife and I talk about this all the time. Adorna is like so educated, so sweet, so nice, and all this other stuff. But when you piss her off, holy fuck, you have never seen somebody snap the way Adorna snaps. It's scary. Guys, yeah, we talk about that all the time, Adorna. Guys, keep tapping the screen. Let's get it up to 3,000 likes. W's in the chat for Kathy. Kathy sent a $5 donation saying, I really appreciate all the information and perspective. Grew up in rural South Georgia. What part? Was it Yulee, Valdosta? Where'd you grow up? And I'm always looking for how to identify and correct my unconscious biases. I want to be the best ally, accomplice that I can be. You and your co-host help so very much. Keep up the great work. Listen, give both of them a follow because I promise you, if you like what I'm doing, you will love what they're doing. They're both way better at this than me. Not even close. W's in the chat for Liam for the $5 donation saying, still can't believe Tommy compared being black to being fat. I hope you've been good, Santana. Yes. Thank you so much. I've been good. And that was his equation. That was literally the math he did. W's in the chat for Christine for the $5 donation saying, hey, Santana, first time donor here. Hey, thank you so much, Christine. You're fucking awesome. Just wanted to say I love Adorna and show her some love. She is how I learned that veterans are DEIA. She's so knowledgeable. Love you both so much. Absolutely. Again, I can testify to how much I've learned from both Adorna, from Jeff, from Solid, from Sean, from Swan, like all of them. So informed. Absolutely awesome. That was in the chat for Megan for the $1 donation saying, just had to say over policing and targeting black communities stems from the racist idea that black men are inherently criminals. Tommy is ridiculous and ignorant with this topic. Conviction rate does not equate to criminal rate. Exactly. And that's kind of why I started off saying, like, why would I be a 5-star chef making steak and potatoes for someone who eats chicken nuggets and french fries? So W's in the chat for Gregory for the $5 donation. MAGA operatives in the abyss with no evidence or factual information. Everything is a conspiracy theory. They never address white men as the major offenders of SA or of women and minors. They voted for a criminal, especially who's in the Epstein files. Exactly. MAGA cries. W's in the chat for the $2 donation saying Tommy's a criminal in the room with us now. Exactly. Tommy's the one that we need to watch out for. W's in the chat for Susan for the $15 donation saying, thank you, Susan. Thank you for that $15 donation and the love. W's in the chat for JJ, who sent a $9.90 super chat to say, these are the worst type of men. He doesn't even understand. He hates black people. Exactly. And he's sitting over, I got a black wife. I got mixed kids. Like, it's the whole thing. W's in the chat for Edwin for the $10 super chat to say, communities of melanin where black communities, you could just say that, were left to rot after the civil rights movement. The government kept segregated. Our communities were stripped of education and financial resources, and many stayed that way. Exactly. They think that, since slavery is over, everything is good. So W's in the chat for all the donors, guys. Sorry I had to get caught up. I want to make sure I did do that. If anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You over on YouTube. Send a super chat. Guys, get the likes up to 300,000 likes. Also, if you look up at the top, you see the word follow. You're not following me. Hit that follow button. Follow this. This is the backup account. Follow the main account. And fucking follow Adorna and Jeff. Follow both of them because they're so fucking awesome. Follow both of them. All right, Jeff, your leash.
So yeah, like, look, I'm not making a judgment on you, Tommy. I'm just stating the facts. Like, I'm not a feelings person. I don't like snowflakes. I don't like people who are too delicate. I'm trying to be really nice because Santana says I always break the toys. What the heck? That wasn't me. I was super nice.
He ran. No.
I was super nice. I agree with everything that man said.
Jeff was really nice.
I ain't even call him a marshmallow brain or nothing.
You didn't.
What?
Maybe it was me. I'm sorry. Like, I tried to get through all the donos, and I know they have like the attention span of a goldfish. Oh, wait, hold on. It might have been an accident. Here he is.
Oh, sweet.
There we go. An accident.
Cool. Welcome back, Tommy.
Wait, all right. It's still spinning. Tommy, was that an accident?
Yeah, it was an accident. I was getting a double feed, so I don't know what was going on.
Oh, okay. Welcome back. Welcome in, Brett Raid. The husk thing isn't funny. I've had tamales now, so you can't use that anymore. Everyone has to stop bullying me about tamales because I've had them. So stop. Anyway, go ahead, Jeff.
All right. So, like, yeah, I'm not passing judgment on you. I think more people should be criminals, to be honest, because I think the system should be dismantled. But I'm just saying that the accusation that you're bringing up is actually just a confession, right? Because we did both agree that you are actually a criminal, right?
Yeah, I'm actually a criminal.
All right. So when you say that when you say that there is a problem in the Black community, that's just you saying there's a problem with your culture, right?
Well, I think I came from a dysfunctional white family.
Okay. So yeah, you are saying there's a problem with your culture, not Black culture, just your culture.
Absolutely, every culture has problems.
No, but like a problem that, like, for in some sense, at least in your case, led to criminality.
Yeah.
Okay, so this isn't a projection. We're not specifically. We're trying to pin on Black people something that we should be pinning on ourselves, which is. I'm not
pinning on a race. I think it has to do with the African American culture.
What part of the culture?
To slavery. Exactly.
What part of the culture?
Well, I'm not exactly sure. I can't define that, but I can say that due to slavery, you had a lot of dysfunction, and it's reasonable to understand that.
But how do you know?
And that's perpetuated through their culture and their community.
But how do you know it's a problem with the culture if you don't know, if you can't tell me what part of the culture is messed up?
Because I can see it.
Yeah, but if you could see it, then you can describe it, right? Like, I'm sitting in front of a dining room table right now.
Yep.
It's white. It's actually made of wood, but it's got like a marble thing on it. Like, I'm describing it to you. Can you describe to me what part of the Black culture it is that's a problem?
Well, I would say the lack of fathers in the home.
Okay. Right? And what do you base that on?
I knew he was going to say that one, Jeff.
Well, I mean, because it's what I grew up seeing, one, and two. And think about it. I grew up in the ghetto, so right. I didn't grow up in a nice Black community, and I know there exists.
Let me tell you about what I know about Black community, because Black culture in general. Two things. Yep. Number one, we don't really talk to white people like that. Like, no, we don't know you like that to be getting you up in the house and knowing where my dad is.
No, I grew up in a Black community. You're wrong.
Oh, so that they do know you like that.
Yeah, man. I grew up in a Black neighborhood.
So people were telling you where their dad was at all the time.
Yeah.
That's a lie.
What are you talking about? I don't understand your point.
Okay. The reason I know that's a lie is because that's not part of Black culture. Like really if me and Adorna were growing up together, she wouldn't tell me where her dad was at. Right? Secondly, we've looked at this. Okay. You're talking about whether or not Black people are married. Right? But we know, just because we've looked at this, we've done studies on this, that Black fathers are more involved than others in the lives of kids. Like, we know this. Like, you can't gaslight me out of that one. But so it's not that. That can't be it. What's the other part of black culture that's a problem?
I don't know what you just said. Are you saying that as a divorced couple or as an unmarried couple?
Yeah.
Like define exactly what you said.
What I'm saying is that the CDC, just as one example, did a study, and they found that black fathers are more likely to change diapers, to tuck their kids in at night, to read them stories, to help them with their homework, to play with them, play.
I have no idea. I have no idea.
I know you have no idea because you don't read.
Who would? There's no way of defining that.
Yeah, there is.
You just told you how.
Look,
okay,
the same way.
Don't mean nothing to me.
It does. I know it doesn't mean anything to you because you don't read, bro.
There's so many lying statistics. Don't you understand?
Okay, just
can you get that part?
Sure. Stop for a second. Listen to Jeff because he's trying to educate you. Also, really quick, W's in the chat for Kat. Thank you so much for the $5 donation. Said, can you share Jeff's Cash App? I found Adorna. Jeff, what's your Cash App?
Everything is in the bio.
And the link's in the bio. Mods, can we grab Jeff's Cash App as well and add it to the polls? So can we make sure that we have both Adorna and Jeff's pay links in the bio? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jeff.
So look, if you're saying that all the statistics you see are lies, then you can't know anything, right? Like we're just stuck. But this is something that uneducated people say, like, we can't, you have to believe me because the people who are doing the counting are wrong without telling me what's wrong with it. Like you're telling me that the study that you didn't know existed 15 seconds ago, right? Because it's true. You didn't look into the CDC study, right? You haven't read it in the last 20 minutes.
I know propaganda exists, and I know you're quoting propaganda, and I don't believe it. That's what I'm telling you.
That's good.
You can tell me lies all you want, and you can call them stats all you want, or you can call it educated all you want.
Tommy, you remember what I said about crashing? Do you remember what I said about crashing, Tommy? I don't want you to crash.
Hey, he stopped speaking, and I responded.
No,
and I
crashing.
kept responding.
Tommy, crashing is you. One, Jeff was still speaking, but you going and steamrolling and saying, I don't care, you don't know, You're not actually engaging with the point or the actual information. Well, Jeff, Tommy, I got you. Hey, Jeff, stop talking about actual data and information because Tommy doesn't believe in data or information.
All right. Is that true, Tommy? You don't believe in data or information?
I believe in data information if you dissect it. Yes.
Okay.
I don't have the opportunity or the time to do that right now. And I don't pay attention to liberal stats because I know they're garbage.
Go ahead, Adorna.
Oh, wait, Jeff was going to finish up. Go ahead, Jeff.
Well, no, all I'm going to say is the problem is that you're labeling something you've never seen. That's the problem.
You can't use propaganda or possible propaganda as a point. I'm just
gonna say this again.
Okay.
You're labeling something you've never seen. If I was not able to use stuff that you haven't read, then we couldn't have a conversation at all because you don't read.
Wait a second. I read a tremendous amount. I'm highly educated. Okay. And second of all, when you say this, I have a narrative. I know that you guys quote
oh my God, stop fucking lying.
Okay, so now here's what I'd like you to do, and I'm just going to
no. Wait a second.
Here's what I'd like you to do. Here's what I'd like you to do.
If you ain't going to show respect, then what's the point of the debate?
Here's what I'd like you to do.
You can't just keep doing that.
Okay.
Right? Show some damn respect to
Tommy, let Jeff finish his point, and then I'm going to pass it over to Adorna. Go ahead, Jeff.
Here's what I need you to do. I want you to tell me what the mistaken methodology was in the CDC study on father participation in the home.
Well, you have to give me time to look at it.
Oh, do you see the point now?
What point? I know the narrative.
Thank you for the answer.
So many fake
Go ahead,
studies
Adorna.
out there. What's the point?
I think that went right over your head, Tommy. W's in the chat for Taylor. W's in the chat for Taylor for the $4.99 super chat to say, I just want to point out that private prisons were created in response to ending slavery. Exactly. W's in the chat for Verillion. Fuck it, let's do it. Fuck it, let's do it. Oh, fuck it, let's do it. Hold on. Fuck it, let's do it. Oh, fuck it, let's do it. We're gonna do it. I love it. Fuck it, let's do it. We're here, so we might as well lean into it.
Party.
Guppies in the chat for the $5 Australian and say Tommy admitted from coming from a dysfunctional family. Where was Tommy's father? Ooh, that was a good one. Guppies in the chat, guys. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out, guys. All right, so you guys heard me talking about how like I gain so much knowledge and information, and I literally sit around and listen to Jeff and Adorna, and I also mentioned Solid. This is Solid. I talked about Sean and Swan. These three people are literally where I sit under the learning tree. So if you guys ever like any of the things that I talk about, I promise you, make sure you're following all three of them and check them out, because when I tell you they are way more educated than I could ever hope to be, and they will give you the best information. And not only that, right? It's not just about debates. They literally teach. They literally teach. So make sure you're showing all three of them love. Make sure we're gifting all three of them, but make sure you're following all three of them. I swear by my life, you will not regret it. Adorna, I'm going to come to you, and then Solid, you can do it.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, I guess from Tommy. So if you realize, because you'd stated this earlier, that white people are committing most of the crime, and you said that makes sense because they are. Oh, there we go. Oh yeah, if they're committing most of the crime, because they are most of the population, this is what you'd stated earlier. Why wouldn't you focus on who's committing most? The reason I'm asking this is, let's say there are 1,000 white people in our society. Well, actually, let's say there are 10 black people. There are 10 black people, right? And 5 of them commit crime, right? And there are 1,000 black people and white people, but 300 of them are committing crime, right? This is disproportionate, like in terms of the amount of black people there are in society and how many of them are committing crime, that's disproportionate, right? But why wouldn't you be worrying about the 300 people that are committing crime as opposed to the 5? Like, would it make sense to focus on the 5 people because it's disproportionate in terms of how many of them there are in society?
Okay, so you ready for me to answer?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So first of all, it's about 4 to 1, right? Okay, so when I said crime, you said larceny. So I was actually referring directly to larceny. I was taking your statistic at face value, right? Okay, when it comes to crime, absolutely not. I do not agree whites are committing most of the crime. No, I do not believe that. Now,
so I'd said larceny because you specifically mentioned why people don't want stores in our neighborhoods. And so if white people are stealing most from stores, then they shouldn't want stores in white neighborhoods. That's logical. That would make sense, right?
Well, no,
when it comes to crime in general, when it comes to crime in general, every time someone, for example, let's say commits an arson, someone somewhere, they do some little paperwork and then they put it in their little, filing cabinet kind of thing, right? And then when they collect the stats, and not all of the police departments, but some of the police departments actually hand in that information. So we are able to tell that white people commit most crimes. Now, generally,
they've already proven that the FBI's lied about the crime statistics.
Really? When did they prove that?
That came out in 2019?
And they said that the FBI is lying about the crime statistics?
Yes.
Well, lying about in what way are they lying about the crime?
Misreporting, just like they did the COVID statistics and other statistics to push a narrative.
Yeah, I'm talking about crime. Did you say COVID?
He did.
No, we're talking about crime.
I don't think this has anything to do with African American.
Yeah, so we're talking about crime. Hi, Tommy.
There's a political agenda here.
Yeah, Tommy. Hi, Tommy. We're talking about crime, though, right? And so if
they
they're
lie about
just,
crime
if someone commits an arson and they're just filling out this paperwork and putting it in their drawer, and then when, time comes, they're like, hey guys, let's, it's the end of the year. Let's compile all the information. Can you send us those files? That's kind of how it happens, right? So what is it that, like, if they're showing us that the folders that are sent in that have a big W on the front for white are more than the folders that are sent in that have the B on them, right? White people are committing more crime. Now, generally, it's okay, Tommy, it's okay. So generally, what the whites that tend to listen a little bit in these conversations, what they try to do is they try to throw in the word per capita. Because that automatically means black people. So you're not even saying per capita. You're just claiming that black people are committing most crime, and that's not true. I mean, even if you threw in per capita, then maybe you would even have an argument, but you're not even saying that. You're just saying it doesn't even make sense what you're saying.
No, you're just being condescending. You ever watch the TV show Cops?
I'm not being condescending.
Watch the show one time.
Watch the TV show Cops. The TV show Cops is
one time.
Quick question. If I created a television show, let's say, guess what? You're not going to believe this, but I actually did my internship for my master's at CBS, not CDS. Yeah, I actually did my internship. Hi, Tommy.
Because I want to hear this one. You got it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I actually did my internship for my master's degree at CBS. B as in boy, not V. Right. So CBS, and I had my little hands, involved in some of the programming. So if I actually created a show and all it was about were white people in crime. Right. And the cops were just always arresting white people for, I don't know, doing arson, let's say. Would that automatically mean then that white people are the ones that do it, since I created a show that only shows white people?
I just want to note that I
agree with you. I think most arsons are white.
Yeah, I'm just using that as an example. But do you understand how the show, the show showing something that doesn't reflect necessarily reality?
I think you're making my point in reverse. So I would agree with you that could have been completely political.
Wait, so if she's making your point in reverse, does that mean she's disproving what you're saying?
No, she's not disproving. She's proving.
Yeah, you tried to say, of course that's the case. Have you ever seen the show?
Let me finish my point. You guys keep
Sure. Okay, hold on. Let Tommy finish his point, and then I'm going to hop up to Solid. So go ahead and finish your point, and then Solid.
She's saying that crime statistics are accurate. They can't be driven by politics, right? That they can't be skewed. And at the same time, she's saying that cops could be skewed because for commercial reasons, industry. And that's my whole point. It's all about money. It has nothing to do with race.
You're comparing the FBI crime data and the television show?
Yep.
Yeah, sure. It's same thing, man.
The FBI crime data is equivalent to
lies
cops.
Everywhere. Everything's
bad boys.
Lies
everywhere. What you gonna do when Solid comes for you? Solid, you got it.
I just want to point out, Solid, that I accused this man of not reading, and when it came time to cite a source, he cited the boob tube.
Yep.
Go ahead, Solid.
Yep. Also, Solid, I don't think I have to give you this disclaimer. The two people that I have to constantly give this disclaimer to is Jeff and Swan. Like I constantly have, Jeff and Sean. I have to constantly give them this reminder. I don't think I need to say it to you, but I'll just throw it out there. Please don't break it. Please don't break it.
Okay.
All right.
So I just want to see if I understand what's being said here. The FBI crime statistics are false. Am I getting what you're saying?
Yes, I agree.
Okay. And you are saying that those statistics are published not for racial reasons, but for free labor reasons.
For immigration reasons, yeah. They want to control immigration.
The FBI, not ICE, not DHS, FBI.
That's correct. They want to control commercialism in America, capitalism in America. They want cheap labor. So they want to bring in people from third world countries into America to undercut our labor costs, right? So they use all these statistics to try to show that people from third world countries aren't coming here and committing crimes, rape, and other things. And the African Americans get mixed in with that a little bit, right? Due to the statistics, because most of the people being immigrated are other than white.
Okay. So black people just happen to get caught up in the whole immigration thing.
That, and there's a political agenda among the black community because they want the black vote, right? So they want to make, they don't want to address the issues within the black community. That's why the Democratic Party's done nothing for the black community, because it's just about control and manipulation.
Okay. All right. So let me see if I understand what you're saying. The Democrats want to control the black community, so they do nothing to fix the black community, which means that the black community commits more crimes, so then they get pulled into the industrial prison complex, but they only are committing crimes and getting pulled into the industrial prison complex because they're getting mixed up with immigration.
They just want the black vote and the money. That's all they want.
They want the black vote and the money.
That's it.
Right. Okay, now, Tommy.
Yep.
How can you reconcile that with the sentence, it has nothing to do with race?
What's the sentence you're speaking of?
How can you reconcile they just want the black vote so they don't improve the black community? How do you reconcile that with the sentence, it has nothing to do with race?
Well, because it can be black, white, brown. It doesn't matter the race. It's just about politics. So the people in power, it's about green.
Okay.
That's all they
So it has nothing to do with race, and that is why
it has to do with the race in relations to how they.
Well, Tommy, I'll let you speak, bud. I'll let you speak. So okay. I want to make sure that you're responding to the thing I'm actually saying.
Okay.
You're saying it has nothing to do with race, and that's why they want the black vote. And that's why they're not doing anything in the black community, because it has nothing to do with race.
It has nothing to do with race on one side, but has everything to do with race on the other side.
Wow. So which side is that? The Democrat side?
Well, politician side, period. I think the Republicans are bought out.
Okay, politician side. Okay, you think that the politicians are bought out by corporations.
That's right.
Let me ask you a question. Are you familiar with the American Legislative Exchange Council?
No.
Their job, ALEC, their job is to place politicians with corporations. And one member of their conglomerate is called Core Civic. Have you ever heard of Core Civic?
Nope.
Core Civic used to be called Corrections Corporation of America. They are a private prison company. Okay. At one point in time, Core Civic, the RNC, and Walmart were all in cahoots. They're the largest ammo manufacturer in the world, teamed up with ALEC to pass the Stand Your Ground law. Core Civic, a multi-billion-dollar company, also introduces bills via ALEC to Republican politicians to be introduced. Sometimes these Republican politicians forget to take the ALEC letterhead off of the bills. What I'm asking you, right? And I because honestly, I'm gonna tell you, and I'm gonna get in trouble for this. I think both liberals and conservatives are dog water. Okay, this is a secret that I'm sharing with you. Don't tell anybody I said that. Okay. I'm leaning in close, Tommy, so I can whisper to you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is between me and you. They can't hear what we're saying. I agree with you. I think that politicians in general are paid, or at least schmoozed up, right, to pass bills that they know are going to create a free and cheap labor force.
So
right?
Please stop trying to break people out the matrix.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, all right. But and this is where I think you and me, Tommy, are going to reach an agreement. Can you name a time in history where Black people have not been the main source of that free and cheap labor force?
Absolutely not.
Not a single time in American history have Black people not been the largest number of free laborers and cheap laborers in this country.
No, I wouldn't.
And then
I wouldn't agree with the
then
logic.
when it became unacceptable to do so, you know what they did? They were like, no, you better stop doing that slavery. You know what they did, Tommy?
What?
They rolled out the convict lease system. You ever heard of that?
I have, but wait, hold on a minute. Now I get a chance to respond here.
You heard of the black codes and the pig laws?
Hold on. Let me.
Well, just real quick before you do,
you got to
before you do, because I want to know if we're on the same page.
You're going to hit me with question after question.
Yeah,
these are all apropos.
Speak, Tommy. He just wants one last clarifying question. Go ahead.
You got it.
You heard of the black codes and the pig laws. You heard about the convict lease system, right? You know what the black codes and pig laws are?
I've not heard of those.
Okay. Those were so what they did with the freed slaves is they just criminalized the behaviors that they would see from freed slaves, threw them in jail, and then the same plantation owners that just lost their slaves could now go to the prison and lease slaves out.
You know, see,
hey, Solid, would they lock people up for doing stuff like not having a job or loitering or anything like that?
Jaywalking?
Yeah.
Was the auto corporations, the automobile corporations, vagrancy.
Yep.
The vagrancy, unemployment.
Yeah.
Literally not crossing the street for white people could land you in jail.
Yep.
So I'm just saying, I think that's important to the conversation. I think that's important context.
I agree.
Now, Tommy, tell me about how that was so long ago.
Okay, so first of all, I think you're getting the wrong impression of me.
Okay.
I genuinely had an African-American wife. My kids are genuinely biracial. Okay, so I have love for the African-American community.
Don't forget to tell Solid you grew up in the ghetto.
Hold on, you don't have the right to interrupt me.
No, Tommy, I'm just saying.
Give me the respect. Tommy, now give it to me.
I mean, that's the
remind Tommy.
Give me the respect, man.
Tommy, I'm just trying to say, remind Solid that you also grew up in the ghetto. I was saying, don't forget that one.
Yeah, I probably got more in me than you, right?
We don't want to hear about your whatever you do is your business. That's your business.
Where's the
okay, that's my business, right? But you think you got me painted as a racist, and I'm not. I'm not a racist.
How many answers had you?
But hold on. Let me finish. The point is here is you guys are alienating yourself and missing the point. You're part of the problem because here's the issue. It's about money. It's about control. It's about the men in power. You think Obama did anything for you guys? No, he didn't. It's about money. It's about power. When you make it about race, you divide me from you. And the Republicans are bought out. The Democrats are bought out. It's all corruption. And all you guys do is push their agenda and keep us divided when the people need to be united and fighting against us. I agree 100% with what they did to the African-American community. It needs to be corrected. It needs to be called out. It needs to stop. There needs to be some help for the African-American community. I agree with all that. But the reality is you can't ignore the fact there is serious dysfunction within the African-American community if it's going to get better.
Okay,
and some African-Americans are starting to see it.
Can I click, please?
And it's a good thing. It's a positive. It's a power to the people. That's what it's about. And you keep pushing and carrying the water for these damn Democrats. And they're liars.
Tommy,
and they're
land the plane, bud. Land the plane.
Okay.
I'm going to engage with that.
Solid. You got it. I'm gonna step away for like 2 seconds. I have my backup I'll be listening from my back. As a matter of fact, let me just bring my backup up just in case. I don't think Tommy will crash, but just to make sure he doesn't. Let's see.
Okay.
All right. So I'm gonna step away for just like 2 seconds, and I'll be listening and I'll be here.
For sure. So you're saying that the problems in the Black community are the fault of the Black community?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying they're part of the problem.
We need to eliminate racism.
Absolutely. We need to stop.
Okay. All right.
Stop race. No race. You shouldn't be able to
stop
speak
there
about it. It should not come up in political comments. Religion, race should never be mentioned.
Do you know what the NAACP is?
Yes.
That's Black accountability.
Okay.
So
I don't agree with
like
it.
when we get angry at the cough, when we start to blame the cough instead of trying to cure the cold, we're being nonsensical. So what you have just done to us, and everybody saw it, is try to absolve yourself of racist sentiment while also doing the racism.
Whatever.
Yeah, no, that's
Whatever.
literally the technique every time. It's like, I got a black
Whatever.
wife. I grew up in the hood. I got mixed babies. I know black people, right? And then you guys, and then the reaction I'm supposed to have is, oh, this guy's not racist at all, right? And then that way, when you say, the real problem is black folks are lazy, unintelligent, and don't want to fix their own problems. They just want to blame the white man for all of their problems, and that isolates them. And they need to just stop doing crimes and educate themselves. You know what I mean? Stop blaming the white dude all the time and take some accountability. When you do that, then you did step one, inoculate the audience, right? To distance yourself from racism. Step two, do the racism. That's exactly what happened just then. Right. So here's what we're going to work on real quick. You and we're going to go on a journey real quick. All right. You're saying there are problems in the black community. What are the problems in the black community?
Okay. First of all, to correct what you're saying here, look, I grew up in a predominantly African-American community and Hispanic community. Growing up, get my head kicked in. Wait, hold on. I get to answer.
Just answer the question, bud.
No, because you go
Tommy,
on and
we
on
get it.
then you
Tommy,
we heard it already.
Tommy, we get it. You grew up in a middle-class home. Cool. And be direct.
I'm just going to note that this man
I'm not going to be
married to a
called
black
racist
woman.
because I'm a victim of racism. And I don't care what you say.
That's fine.
This is the wrong panel for you to say that.
Racist blacks and racist Hispanics.
Hold on. To be fair, I've literally already went through the fact that he doesn't know what race nor racism is, and you guys know again. Yeah, he doesn't. And
I just want to answer to the question: what are the problems with the black community? Bud?
Before you answer, I'm going to tell you solid. This man was married to a black woman and doesn't know anything about black culture.
Okay, all right, for sure. I'm going to skirt past it because I was right in my assessment. So I don't need to repeat. I don't need us to repeat the same shit over and over again. Sorry about the language. Just in case Mama Santana is in here, I apologize.
She normally doesn't watch Sparring, so fuck that shit. Anyway, Tommy, I sent you a request to come off mute.
So I want to get into it. All right. What are the problems in the black community?
I think there's multiple problems within the American community. It ain't just African Americans.
Nah, but you didn't say that first. You said the black community. So what are the problems?
That I'm not exactly sure how that came about, but I would say first of all, it probably has to do with. I mean, look, man, society today across the board's got issues. So I don't want to point.
But that's not what you said. You said the black community has problems. So what are those problems?
Crime.
Okay, crime. How did black people become so criminal? Is it nature or is it nurture?
I think dysfunction is a disease.
Okay, all right. So you think that black people are inherently more criminal?
No.
Okay, so then you believe that black criminality is a response to environmental stimuli?
Yes.
Okay, then the next question we have to ask is, how did the environment get there?
Slavery.
So then racism is the issue. So we don't need to tell black people to fix themselves. We need to tell the racists to stop doing the racism.
No, it could have been any colored people. It was about the powers that be at that time in America. They have to be white.
Which are still white. Despite making up 57% of the population, white men make up 71% of the House, 74% of the Senate. They make up 82% of all employer business owners. They make up 98% of all agricultural landowners. They make up
30%.
I'm sorry?
White men are 30%, not even 50%.
White men are 30%. I'm so sorry. 30% of the population. They make up 82% 92%
How
of
do you
all
get
employer business
30%?
owners,
There are a lot more than
98% of all agricultural
No, they're
landowners,
wrong.
and
Population,
98% of all principal
white Americans is
producers
not
on
30%.
agricultural land. Black unemployment has never been less than twice that of their white counterparts, right? So what I'm saying to you is it was white people, full stop, okay? Stop trying to shirk off accountability. You know what's wrong with the white community? They just don't want to take any accountability.
Are you waiting for me to respond? Okay, so first of all, it has nothing to do with race. It has to do with power. Slavery started in all races. They had indentured servants coming over from Europe, everything. It was about industry, it's about money. Sure, whites were in control during that time. But trust me, what the first slave owner was an African-American man, right?
Y'all went through all this already?
No, that's not true. No, we didn't. And yeah, we didn't. And Anthony Johnson was not the first white slave owner. You guys need to stop getting your information from TikTok. That is not true.
And also,
just
read,
do a little reading.
Tommy, please stop with the circular conversation because I have literally covered these things with you. So don't play in their face just because I'm not on camera. I'm listening.
What are you talking about? Circular conversation? I'm not having a circular conversation.
I figured y'all already went through this. Hey, okay, so Anthony Johnson, the first slave owner, where was he?
I don't know.
His name was Anthony Johnson. That's not an African name.
But the point was,
where was he? He was in the United States. He was in America?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay, so then we need to throw that out. If you don't know anything about it, then how do we know that you're telling the truth?
Well,
all right, let's throw it out.
I did read it somewhere. I read it.
You read it on a Facebook meme, yes.
No. I don't get my news from Facebook. I read it in a book somewhere.
Twitter. Oh,
no, fine. I don't read Twitter.
What's the name of the book?
I don't know. I'm 56 years old. I've read many books.
Okay, how many books about racism have you read?
0. He doesn't read.
No, I have. I've actually read many.
Okay.
Yeah,
like that's a lie. You've already admitted that you don't actually accept facts or information. So you want us to believe that you actually read? Stop it.
You call them facts of information. I call them propaganda from the left.
If you'd actually read a book, you would not have thought that Anthony Johnson was the first slave owner. Anyone that's has actually looked it up for themselves knows that's not true.
I'm trying to figure out how he was the first slave owner when he himself was a slave. Okay, Anthony Johnson is not a, hold on, I'm in the middle of talking, Tommy. Tommy, I'm in the middle of talking. Tommy, I'm in the middle of talking. Anthony Johnson is not an African name, which means he was given a name, given a Judeo-Christian name, a European name, which means he was somebody's property. So that's the silliest, golly, man. I hate that white supremacist propaganda works so well.
What do you mean white supremacists? What are you talking about, man?
Yeah, white supremacist propaganda worked.
Stop.
It tricked you into thinking stupid stuff like black dudes were the first slave owners.
No, it's not stupid stuff. What my point was is that African Americans own slaves too. Black people are not beyond exploiting others. Okay. All right. Cool. It is a inheriting of.
Let me ask you this: is black slave ownership the reason why black people are disproportionately represented in the industrial prison complex?
Yes.
Connect those dots for me. I've never. Santana, send me this clip.
I would say this.
I got you.
I know when the South lost the war, they invoked laws to enslave blacks back into the prison complex. That's a fact. Okay. I know that about history.
Yeah.
Look, okay. I also know that they always are looking for the advantage. See, America kind of got addicted to slavery during its foundation, because at that time we were a growing nation.
Are the Africans going to make it into this at any point in time?
Well, I think, see, what you're missing the point is you got an ally, but you can't see it.
Are black people going to make it into this?
Hold. Who's the ally?
Me.
Not him.
I'm
you think I'm against African Americans, but I'm not.
He was talking about you, Santana.
He had to be. I
am now. At this very moment, I'm now more convinced that this man is A, a racist, and B, doesn't read, than I am that I have 10 fingers. I'm more convinced now of those two things than I am of the count of fingers that I have.
Yeah. Hey, I want to do this real quick because I'm kind of behind, Tommy. Tommy, I'm kind of behind. Give me like 2 minutes. I want to read off a couple of thank yous, and then I want Jeff to be able to get a shot because it seems like I don't know.
Let's Solid finish.
Oh, okay. All right. Cool,
I'm only when Solid's up here. I'm gonna do color commentary. I'm gonna roast this man because he a racist. But I want Solid to finish because he
give him Solid
where'd he go?
Just left.
Damn
it, Solid.
Where did Solid go?
What would be fun? I sent this to Sean, but I don't know where Sean is. So, like, if Solid can't.
Yeah, I ain't got much time left. I only got a little bit more time.
I think Sean is at work.
Okay. Hold tight. Just really quick. I'm gonna run through these real quick. W's in the chat for Chandra, who sent a $3 donation saying, I'm so sick and tired of these white subpar MAGA little men thinking that they know more about us than we do, claiming that they're more educated when in reality they're just, I can't say that word, and in a bag of hair and hammers put together. Yeah. They are incels. Thank you so much, Sharonda, for that $3 donation. W's in the chat for Sonya for the 5. What is Tommy teaching his black children when they were raised, when he was there to raise the black children and when he was in jail? Yeah, I don't think he taught them anything when he was in jail. So that was in chat for Deanna for the $10 donation saying your lives are the best. Such great conversations. Thank you so much for your time and your investment in educating others. Do you have a list of book recommendations anywhere for people who want to educate themselves more? Yes, we have it in the Discord. We absolutely have it in Discord, but also I would defer to the amazing people that I have on the panel because again, they are better than me at this as well. W's in chat for Deanna. W's in chat for Mia for the $2.22 opt 10 oil fun. Yes. 10 hat full fun. Yes. I do need that. W's in the chat for Jay for the $2 donation saying father of 5 girls, 24 years old with her master's, 2 others with full academic scholarships, one with a partial, she's impartial to school, and the other under 18. Maybe black dads are worth a damn. I agree. W's in the chat for Junior for the $1 donation saying, you got the theme song from Cop stuck in my head. It'll do it. W's in the chat for Erica for the $15 donation saying, who gets the blame for the school? For Tommy's school? Ooh, that's a good question. W's in the chat for Jessica for the $5 donation saying, I'm curious how many of your listeners are close to a bingo on their cards because Tommy is hitting all the deflections races makes. Absolutely. Tommy, I'm going to mute you because you got background noise. W's in the chat for Lori for the 25. Holy shit. W's in the chat for Lori for the $25 donation saying, as a white woman who doesn't fuck with my racist family, I admire the panel's patience with this awful racist MA. Yeah. W's in the chat for Tries, who sent a $10 donation saying, can someone tell this guy that if he wants to be a true ally, to sit down, shut up, and open his ears and his mind? Love from a white woman. Love you all. Love you way more. Thank you so much. And fucking W's in the chat for, I think it's pronounced Stasha, who sent a $25 donation saying, thank you for sharing your knowledge and amazing perspective. You're amazing. Thank you so much. You're way more fucking amazing. W's in the chat for Evelyn, who sent a $4.99 super chat that says, does he believe that what Trump says about Tylenol and autism? I'm curious. We'll get an answer to that. And W's in the chat for Sims, who sent a $4.99 super chat to say, the only place for ignorant bigots like Tommy, the only place for ignorant bigots like Tommy or Nick Fuentes is, I can't see what that is. I don't know what that is. Is what? I don't know what that is. It didn't come through correctly on my computer screen. So I'm sorry. W's in the chat for all the donors, guys. If anyone wants to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Adorn and Jeff, any quick thank yous for you guys?
Oh, Adorn's teacup.
Not that I see. No, not that I see.
Hey guys, we have Jeff and Adorna's pay links running in the poll in the bio. Don't forget to show them some love. Yes, follow both of them. Yes, send them gifts. But we have their pay links running in the poll in the bio. Please, please, please. 1.7 thousand of us hanging out here. If we add in YouTube and Twitch, we're over 2,000 plus. Please, please, please show Adorna and Jeff some love as well. Please don't forget them.
Tommy, I want to make sure I have something right. You said that we're pushing the agenda of the powers that be, right?
I forgot he doesn't know how to come off mute. I got it. Tommy, I sent you a request to come off mute.
Yeah, I think I don't believe in race. I don't believe in it. I think it needs to go away, right? So when you're pushing race, you're dividing the people, and you're allowing the guy to sit at the top of the hill that's laughing at you. He's laughing at you on the other side of the argument, right?
Got it.
I'm saying if you just do away with it, you stop talking about race, you stop dealing with race in the way you do, you won't have
That's cool. Okay. Tommy, the agenda of the people at the top is to say that black people are criminal and there's a problem with black culture, which just so happens, which just so happens to be what you're saying.
Yeah, that's true.
So which one? Yeah, that's true. So who's pushing the agenda?
No, that's the truth, though. The truth is the truth.
Okay.
I agree. They used it.
You see?
I agree. They used it.
So Tommy, hold on. The powers that be are pushing an agenda.
Yeah.
Right. That says that black people are committing all the crimes and have a problem with our culture. That's the agenda. You are saying the same thing. And when pressed for evidence, all you're saying is trust me, right? That's you. You're saying the thing.
Everybody knows it, bro.
No, not everybody knows it. Listen, don't interrupt me. Tommy, hey, white man, don't interrupt me.
Black man.
You saying everybody knows it while everybody in the chat is saying I disagree with you is just you saying trust me, right? You're saying for me to disbelieve. I don't know why it is that you're talking right now. I have no idea. I don't know why your mouth is making noises. If I ask you for evidence if I just told you, hey, I think all people named Tommy are marshmallow-brained buffoons, and you said, do you have evidence of that?
Jeff?
I'm going to take my foot off the gas a little bit. But if you asked me for evidence of that and I was just like, this is what I see, you wouldn't believe me, right? Like, that's not a good way to look at that. And then if you showed me evidence of something and I'm like, yeah, that's just fake news. That's lazy. That's intellectually lazy, right? So
no,
again, I'm just going to go back to the thing. No. That was a rhetorical question. My question, though, the actual question is, if you're saying the same thing that they're saying, and I'm saying they're wrong because you don't have evidence, who's pushing the agenda?
I don't know what you're talking about, man. You're talking about the truth and an agenda.
Yeah. So the problem is, but you're saying, check it out. If it's my plan to make you think that there are unicorns in the backyard and there aren't, because that's what, like, pushing an agenda, you would think that the idea of pushing an agenda is just getting people to believe something that's not true for your benefit. Right? Yes.
True.
The problem is you don't have anything at all to back up that what you're saying is true. That's the problem.
I have everything.
You don't. Hey, can you please be quiet? Hey, every time someone speaks,
Tommy,
you start crying.
Please stop talking over Adorna. Like, you're being rude.
They don't respect me.
Yeah, but she's been super kind to you, and she has not once called you marshmallow brain or start talking over you. So please stop talking over Adorna. Please. Also,
thank you.
Since I got you on mute, W's in the chat for Sandy for the 5. Thank you so much. And also W's in the chat for Carlene. Thank you so much. Or you know what? Let me read these two off really quick. I'm sorry, Donna, just to give you guys
justice. Okay, no problem. Go ahead.
As a biracial black woman and a white man, as a biracial kid of a black woman and a white man, this man is disgusting. I hope his kids get away from him. If I were his kids, I'd be ashamed. I can believe that. W's in chat for Corinne for the $5 donation saying, my ex-husband, white, I'm black. I didn't show until divorce when he left a mammy salt shaker. Holy shit. I can't be racist. My wife is black. Is a red flag. He's using to avoid accountability. My children learn about racism because their actions of their father. Exactly. W's in the chat for the donors. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. Make sure you're taking care of all, not Tommy, not fuck Tommy. Make sure you're taking care of Solid, Jeff, and Adorna. Make sure you're showing them loves. Hit their pay links in the link tree in the bio. Make sure you're following them. I promise you guys, some of the best follows you'll find here on the old Tiki Talk. And make sure you shoot them some gifts. Sorry, go ahead, Adorna.
Yeah, thanks. The problem is like all of the contradictions. Let's not talk about race, but at the same time, black people are criminals. Black people are uneducated. Black people don't have fathers. Black people, right? Big contradiction. It's an agenda. They're pushing an agenda, but at the same time, everything that they're saying in the agenda is true. Like, you're not making any daggone sense. That is the issue. You're not making it. And I already know it doesn't matter what we say up here because I'm not going to say kind things. But it doesn't matter. You're going to leave here no matter what's stated, especially when you think that any information provided is untrue, except for the information that you like. I've never seen it anywhere. There are no studies that show this. As a matter of fact, everything that's actually stated is to the contrary. But I don't believe it because I don't like it. I just want to go with what I like. You're illogical. You're not making any sense. That's the problem. Nothing that you've stated up here is true at all.
Tommy, you have to come back in the app if you want to speak. Adorno was speaking directly to you. It is now officially your turn to make words come out of your mouth. Tommy, you have to come back into the app if you want us to hear you. While you're out of the app, we cannot hear you.
I just think that, it's not about race. It's just that those black people, I don't like them very much. And I think
I think Tommy said that.
I thought it was at first. I had to see the box lighting up.
I thought it was at first.
I did too.
Literally, I was like, oh my gosh, now with the new update, you can talk when you're in Teacup.
Yeah.
By the way, thank you, Lori, for the 25 on PayPal. Appreciate it.
Let's fucking go, Lori. All right, Tommy, would you like to respond to Adorna? Did you not listen?
I wasn't listening, man. I got work to do here. I subscribed and followed you guys. I can come back another time, but if she's got a quick question, I can answer it before I go.
Sure. How do you think that people are going to treat your black children when you're pushing everything into the world that would make people discriminate against them and be prejudiced towards them? Just wondering.
I teach them not to give a damn to be.
I didn't ask what you teach them. I asked how you think people will treat them when their own father is one of the people pushing out into the world all of the things that's going to harm them.
I don't push that. That's a lie. You just can't handle it.
You literally just said it.
You guys are racist.
You're the one that's up here speaking.
You want to point to racism?
Quick question. Absolutely
I have a white wife.
Exactly. And the customer service agent at my DMV is white. I can't be racist. And I listen to Michael Bolton.
The guy that cooked my steak at the restaurant a couple of nights ago was white. I can't be racist.
I got an apricot poodle. Exactly. That's as close to white as you get, man.
I grew up in Glendale. Here's my deal. Here's the deal, right? I didn't get to ask this question, but I really wanted to dig further into how he had more in him. I just wondered, how many? How many?
I can't hear stuff like that the week of the Diddy document. I can't, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if y'all watch this thing, but the week that I see that document, I can't hear stuff like that.
I'll just say this. I don't shame anyone. So hey, get it how you live. Sometimes you want to get as many in you as you can. So
because what do you mean sore and you don't know why?
What do you mean? So here's the deal. Okay, the problem here is with Diddy is consent.
Ooh, yep.
It's all right to be a freak Bob.
Yep.
It's totally okay to be a freak Bob. Go do your thing. You know what I'm saying? But when you are removing consent, when you are being coercive, you dig what I'm saying? Those are that's the wrong way to go about it.
when somebody says, "What did you put in the baby oil?" Like,
oh yeah.
Oh Lord.
What is
Okay,
going on?
You're not gonna go too far. Not gonna go too far. All right. Adorna, Jeff Solid. Any shout outs, thank yous, anything that you guys got that you want to cover? As Solid would say, pluggables?
Pluggables. Yes, I just want to say, if you see in my PFP, it says rethinkbias.com. It's my subscription. It's my website where I provide information about what we're talking about here, racism and bias. And so if you just like to learn something, learn how to spot it, learn how to be a better person, or just anything, just rethinkbias.com. Appreciate it.
Solid.
Hey, what's going on? Hey, I want to do some pluggables here about this. And I got a diffuser from Bath and Body Works, and that goes right into the wall. And so that it's got a flannel. I bought a flannel oil. I'm sorry. If you have missed any of the classes, if you've missed any of Discussing Racism 101, those episodes are available on the Patreon. The link is in the bio. If you want you a cool little notebook to write down and take notes, you can go to pinkproletariat.com. Or if that's too hard to spell, you can go to 4tp.shop. The number 4, the letter T, the letter P, .shop. And you can copy one of those notebooks so you can keep up and go along with us. You know what I mean? I also want to give big kudos to every member of the Academy: Adorna, Sean, Kenzie, Swan, Jeff. Y'all have made me so proud. I'm so proud to be able to call myself y'all's friends, y'all's brother. Santana, thank you so much for bringing me up, for bringing the squad up. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, I'm glad that you guys, because I sent the signal to all of you, and I didn't know if any of you would come. And so I'm just glad that you guys showed up.
For sure.
I thought you would have fun.
Thank you to Boss Lady. Oh,
sorry. Go ahead, Adorna.
thank you to Boss Lady too, real quick. I just want to say thank you to Boss Lady Fun for the CA. Appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Jeff.
Endofaspecies.com. Endofaspecies.com. If you want to know anything about the things I think, what I'm working on, what is extinctness, just go to endofaspecies.com. At the very bottom of the homepage, though, is a lot of the stuff that we were talking about here. And the slavery page, basically factoids that you can use to get an idea of the history of how the United States has now been a participant in slavery for 249 years, 5 months, 8 days, 5 hours, 41 minutes, and 14 seconds as of when I said that thing. So endofaspecies.com is where all of the fun is.
Absolutely. All right. I appreciate you three
coming
coming
all
up.
the people.
Except who?
Except for Ralph.
Fuck Ralph. All right. I appreciate you three.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Happy now.
Yep.
Bye.
All right, guys. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live. Let's keep it moving. Again, only request up if you are a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. I see a lot of people in the request. If you are not a Trump supporter, go ahead and remove yourself expeditiously. We are only looking for some debates. I know people might have been in the request thinking that we shifted because the conversation was worth it, but we're getting back to some debates. And so I'm only looking for Trump supporters. If you are in the request and you are not a Trump supporter, please drop out. If you're friendly, do all the wonderful things, tap the screen, share the live. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 400,000 likes. Also, make sure you hit that follow button. Follow this is the backup account. Make sure you follow the backup account, but follow the main account. We'll be on the main account later. So make sure you're following both of them. Let's see here. I love you guys more. How's everyone day going? I had to run and grab some dumplings because I was hungry. Is everyone having a good day? Because if it wasn't for that, I would have had to get off. Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
Oop.
Mandris?
I did not mean to join. I am so sorry.
No? Okay, I'll drop you down. Again, guys, really quick, because there's a lot of people in the box. And again, I want to make sure that if I bring you up, you are a Trump supporter. If you take a look at the bottom and you see the gray person, that means you're in the request, you're here, you're ready to debate. If you see the pink and blue person, that means you are not in the request, you're perfectly fine. So again, please make sure that if you are in the request, you are a Trump supporter and you are ready to debate. It did finally stop raining yesterday. It's been like raining a lot here. Miss Key or K or whatever, are you a Trump supporter? Miss K, are you a Trump supporter? Okay, I'm gonna drop you down. 45, 47. Lady Bookworm, are you a Trump supporter?
Oh, I think I pushed the request button by accident. I'm so sorry.
No worries. I'm going to drop you down. I'm in Washington State. I see someone say, what state are you in? I'm in Washington State. It's been like, we've had a lot of flooding here. It's been a whole thing. Hi, are you a Trump supporter? Marie Posa? Are you, or Mariposa, I guess that's how you say it. Are you a Trump supporter? Okay. I'm going to take that as a no, and I'm going to drop you down. 45, 47. I'm just going to keep bringing people up. William, are you a Trump supporter?
Oh, Santana, I apologize. I was tapping the screen. I apologize.
All right, no worries. I'll drop you down. Thank you. Bearded Cat Dad, are you a Trump supporter?
No, sorry. Same thing. I accidentally tapped it.
No worries. I'll drop you down. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. W's in the chat for Stasha, who sent a $25 donation saying, as a white woman, I want to thank you for your knowledge. I know I have inherent racism and I want to learn, grow, evolve, and be more inclusive, introspective person. Your voice is making that possible for me and so many like me. Thank you, Santana. Listen, thank you so much. Thank you for being here. I truly, truly mean that. You being here makes it worth it, right? I think there's a huge difference when people don't understand like the inherent biases they have and then they like try to run from them. It's weird. But understanding we all have them and we need to actually deal with those things, super important, super important. So W's in chat, thank you so much for that. W's in the chat for Lori for the $1 donation saying, don't see the pay links for Solid. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. Solid, if you're still here, dang it, sorry, Solid, sorry. If Solid's still here, can you spam your pay links in the chat? I'm sorry, Lori, I didn't see that. Solid, if you're still here, can you spam your pay links in the chat? It's pronounced Sashta. I'm sorry, I'm so bad with names. Like soda and the mountain in California. Sashta. Got it. Thank you so much for the $1. Debbie's in the chat for Gerard for the $2 donation. My day is going well. Already had a couple of interviews today. Fingers crossed I get back to work soon. I hope so, friend. I hope so. Good luck. Like, they would be lucky to have you, genuinely. Debbie's in the chat for Noel for the 3-month membership subscription and say thank you and your I'm so thankful for you and your community. You fostered here, Santana. Keep going. Absolutely. I appreciate you so freaking much. Debbie's in the chat for Megan for the $5 super chat to say peace to you and your chat. Love your live streams. Have a great weekend. Absolutely. I'm excited about this weekend. I think I'm gonna see if I can talk my wife into getting elevated. What do you guys think? Elevation? I think I want to get elevated this weekend. Yeah. Listen. I'm with it. I prefer the consumable kind. I don't particularly like puff. So Trump supporters, you guys suck. Trump supporters, you guys suck. I know they're here. All right, guys. You know what? I know I might lose a lot of you. But I was planning on doing like another hour or so. And it seems like they have dried up at the moment. So restart? Restart? What do you guys think? Restart? Or should I restart, or should I go about my day? Put a 2 in the chat for a restart. Put a 5 in the chat for end it. 2 in the chat for a restart. 5 in the chat to end it. 2 in the chat to restart. 5 in the chat to end it. Of course, you guys pick 2. All right. But if I do a restart, you guys better come back. Like, you guys don't always come back. Somebody said 5. All right, Mariah, I'm gonna make sure you come at 6, 7. Don't play with me. Like, you guys always say that, but a lot of you guys don't come back. I know YouTube will. YouTube will just sit there. But you guys will squirrel on me. You'll go find someone else to hold your attention. Hazel said 5, go relax. Okay. All right. We'll hit a quick restart. Should I come back on the backup or go on the main? Fuck it, let's stay here. I don't feel like doing all that. All right. We'll hit a quick restart. YouTubes, let me find someone for you guys to watch for 2 seconds. And we'll literally hit a quick restart. And guys, when we hit the restart, we'll come back in.
One thing that I really do, that God, and I'm not even trying to get spiritual, constantly tries to humble me. Well, he don't even try. He just be doing it because I really think that I can do everything by myself. I really do. And it's like a trauma response. It's a little mixture of everything, but I really do think I can do everything myself. And I often have to be humbled in that area because everybody does need somebody. And I've never really had community for real. I was raised by my dad, hardworking man. I damn near raised myself. So it's kind of always been me. I took care of my brother. My brother couldn't walk, couldn't talk. So I've never been able to lean on people because other people always had to lean on me. So I don't really know how to accept things. I'm working on it, but that shit hard, y'all. So I just want to say thank y'all for coming through. Didn't want to ask, but y'all did y'all biggest one. It was just literally just out of love. Just because y'all trusted Itchy, then when y'all found out, y'all still was trying to send more things. Not because I even needed, but just because y'all fuck with me. And y'all know I fuck with y'all. So I just want to say thank y'all again. I appreciate y'all. And we are still, by the way, too, y'all. Like I said, this week has just been insane. We are still doing the Christmas thing. So I definitely will have that Google Drive so y'all can submit your name so we can get that going. But I just wanted to say thank you. And I appreciate you, Itchy, for dropping what you was doing. You don't play about me. It's always up and stuck about you. So I appreciate you once again.
He was going to have it one way or the other, and I told you that. Whether, you know what I'm saying, we got a dime on here or not, you was going to be good.
Hold up. What did I miss something while I was gone?
Yeah, this is the person that we were all helping. Ta-da! Told y'all.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, I told you y'all was going to
The person who bullies me the most on the app. Right. Got it. Okay.
What? Okay, Dot. You know what's crazy? Twin, y'all, this is my twin, right? I know this Keontae twin. So I came in his live.
She started already. She started.
No plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff before you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. I don't care what you claim or your background. Facts only, if not, get clapped down. Whether you're left or right or you don't even vote. If If your logic is weak, I'll sink
Welcome
you,
back.
bro.
Welcome back.
You talk slick, but you ain't got source. Just vibes, that ain't power, that's force.
I'm
the test, the trap, the
Welcome back. Welcome back. Yes, we're still friends. If you're back right now, we are definitely still friends. I love you guys. I love you all.
Hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick.
No cap, no shield.
Better know your stuff or you get revealed.
Hey.
Step in, don't you wanna sparring with Santana.
Let go.
Step in there, you hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script.
One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Yes, we're still friends, Mia. Absolutely. We're still besties.
Sparring with Santana.
Hey.
This ain't a safe place.
It is not.
This is flames.
Yeah.
Step in, don't you wanna sparring with Santana?
Guys, welcome in, welcome back. Let's make sure that we are doing the wonderful things. Tap the screen, share the live. I'm going to keep resetting the daily gift goal to these little 1-cent gift goals to get us push out to the FYP. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, do all the wonderful things. David, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. David, I think the Trump train is officially over. But maybe you can prove me wrong. How do you still support Donald Trump, like, after all the heinous shit that's happening?
I mean, yeah. What, like, heinous stuff is happening?
Yeah, I mean, you could talk about that. Did you see the new release of the Epstein information this morning? The 95,000 photos that actually show a direct correlation to not only Donald Trump, just to be fair, not only Donald Trump, but a ton of powerful and influential men. We can also talk about the fact that Donald Trump is trying to petition the ICC to change their constitution so he can't be held accountable for war crimes. We can talk about the fact that Donald Trump is literally in failing and declining health. We can talk about the massive blue wave that's building. And we can also talk about the fact that Republicans are now fighting back against Donald Trump, but like, he's harming so many people and he's now losing. So I'm confused why you would still support him.
Oh, yeah. Okay. About those, like, war crimes, what's the argument for those war crimes being morally bad? Just because it is a war crime. Now, that would be appeal to legality. What's the argument for a war crime being morally bad? You're making the, I mean, yeah.
Did you just say why is war crimes bad?
No, I'm saying what's the argument for, like, these war crimes being morally bad? You can't just say a war crime is bad because it is this law. No.
Well, I mean, I'm not even making a plea to morality. I'm saying that it's legality.
What's the argument for just being morally bad?
Who said that I'm making an argument for it being morally bad?
You said that you said that this is the things that, okay, you said that this is heinous stuff that Trump is doing.
I think breaking the law is a bad thing, but I'm not talking about morality. I'm talking about legality. I'm talking about the fact that the Trump administration is actively searching for protection because they know that they're breaking the law. And so when you talk about the inference as far as, like, our politicians actively doing harmful things, things that they know is illegal, that's a problem.
And how is breaking the law bad again?
Because the law is established for guidance and in coordinates with our society. So if the society agrees on a set standard of how things should be done, ought to be done, then going outside of those established rules, whether you disagree with them or don't disagree, agree or disagree with them, like there's some type of repercussion, Question for you, David. How do you feel about people coming into the country undocumented?
How do I feel about people coming into the country undocumented? If they are a productive member of society, that's fine, completely
just period.
fine.
Like, do you think that people should be able to come into the country undocumented, regardless of anything else?
Do I think that we should? No. I think that it's a country's right to be able to set up border laws.
Oh, wait. So now are you advocating for laws? That doesn't make sense, David.
There is no contradiction with what I'm saying. Okay.
It is.
Okay. What you said was laws. Laws are a system and a symbol that society has set up to say that we ought to follow these things. Okay, so a question: if society said that we ought to burn 5-year-old children, is breaking that law bad?
Yeah, not all laws are just. Not all laws are. I'll just leave it at that. Not all laws are just. But the premise that you're trying to convey is that you didn't say specifically laws. Now you're diving down. Your original premise was laws in general. So there's a difference between saying laws in general, where overwhelmingly there's an acceptance of those laws, versus specific laws that may be unjust. So again, we're talking about overall laws, right? Or are you trying to talk about specific? Because I really need you to lock in on which argument you're going with.
Okay, so let's talk about overall laws. When you say that society says that we ought to do something, what's the argument for me having any obligation to doing that thing? And what's the argument for this ought being real?
Yeah, well, so the difference between you and what we're talking about when we talk about international war crimes and the laws that are established by the International Committee, they're literally laws that are agreed upon by different nations, different treaties, and different establishments. So while you are born into a society and you might not necessarily subscribe to a set of laws because it was forced on you, these countries that agree to these international laws and agree to abide by it willingly went into this agreement. So there's a difference between you actually being born into something and then people telling you that you should abide by this, versus these countries coming together and saying, hey, in order to ensure that our country, in order to ensure that our world is going to be a safe and successful place, we will all agree to follow these sets of rules. So when you talk about someone actively breaking those rules, and even more so, when you talk about them pursuing legal coverage because they know that they're breaking those rules, then there's a problem.
Okay, so you're saying that I am wrong just because these countries said so?
No, I'm saying Donald Trump is wrong because Donald Trump is a representative of the United States of America that agreed to these international laws. And since he knows that he is actively breaking these international laws, he is now looking for coverage so he can't be held accountable for those international laws.
Even if Trump agreed to something, what's the argument for him having any obligation to doing that thing?
The agreement that was accepted. I know you, for some reason, may think that the country shouldn't abide by our agreements, but literally that's how the society is able to continue to work. And the United States of America has prided themselves on being the leader of the free world. And so establishing not only those agreements, but holding up and accountable for our agreements is something that is in the premise of who we are as a country. So I know, David, that you're trying to filbro me, and I promise you, I'm trying to give you wiggle room, and I don't want to do this immediately, but I need you to actually stop trying to filbro and actually get to the point of the conversation. I don't want to play the semantics philosophy game. I want to actually talk about the issue. So if you're not educated on what's actually happening with Donald Trump, with the ICC, with the Venezuela boat strikes, I don't want to talk about the semantics around it. I want to talk about the actual issue. Go.
Yeah, but all I'm saying is that there's a problem with your premise. So you're saying that there's a claim made
David,
by these
David,
countries.
David, listen to me for a second, okay? I gave you a little time to play your field bro games. We're no longer doing that. Let's actually talk about the Venezuelan boat strikes, the repercussions for the United States actually doing so, the double back, and then also the consequences that can come from international war crimes. So I don't want to say premise. I don't want to talk about like the ought or ought not. Like, again, that's not what we're here to do, David. I know who you are. I'm telling you, this is your chance. Engage in the actual substance, not the meta.
Why are you trying to
make you actually
shift?
engage in a point instead of actually talking in circles around? You know what I don't like? So there's a couple of people who actually enjoy like the Phil Bro shit, right? There's a couple of people that actually enjoy the Phil Bro shit. Like Jeff is here. Jeff loves the Phil Bro shit. Parker, he loves the Phil Bro shit. Dean does as well. I personally don't like the Phil Bro shit at all. Not even a little bit. I have no interest in talking about the Phil Bro shit. I would like to deal with the substance. So, David, tell me, how do you feel about Donald Trump or Pete Hegseth? Because there's a blame game going on. Do you think that them actually going back and doing a double strike to people who had already been struck with a drone and they're hanging on the side of a boat for dear life, do you think they need to be held accountable for going back and taking their lives after striking them one time, where technically those people were supposed to be given refuge because they had already been struck or whatever? Or do you not even know the situation?
I am fine with it, because if we like presuppose that these guys were like actually bad guys, as the government is claiming, if we like presuppose that that is true, then again, like, I think their punishment should be death. Yes.
Why are you presupposing versus being presented with evidence? How do you feel about the fact that they have not released any of the evidence when it comes to the second strike, even though they've had that video footage for over a month? Is that a problem for you, for them not releasing that actual evidence?
Is that a problem? I would say as long as they release it, it's not.
Yeah, it's been over a month though, and it's been something that Congress has called specifically for and said that they want to verify that. And this has been a bipartisan issue, meaning that the Republicans and the Democrats are saying like, hey, we need to see this video footage. Is it not a problem for you that like this is something that's a unifying issue, but yet specifically the Trump administration will not release that information?
Oh yeah, it's not. It's not.
It's not what?
Guys, it is not a problem. It's not a problem.
Why not?
Yeah.
Why not?
It is not. Why? As long as they release the evidence,
Right. But what I'm saying is they've refused to release the evidence. It's been over 30 days, and both sides of the aisle are saying that they want this information released.
Oh yeah, and both sides are just completely atrocious.
Yeah. Okay. So this is what we're gonna do, David. David, next time go find a Phil Bro live that you can, debate ought and ought not. My live isn't about the terminology. It's not about the hypotheticals. I don't give a shit about like zygotes and your like how many would you save or like all the other bullshit. I actually like to deal with reality and what's going on. And so while you may be looking to sharpen your debate skills, that's not something that I'm trying to help you with here. I'm actually trying to engage with reality and what's happening in our world. I know it may be cool for you to actually get on TikTok live and try to, debate someone, especially in front of thousands of people or whatever. But My whole premise is actually dealing with the fucked up shit that's happening in our world, and shit's on fire, David. So yeah, I'm gonna let you go. Have fun. I hope you find you a debate. Kaden, you said Santana runs again. Perfect. I'm gonna mute you, Kaden. Come up here. Tell me about how I ran. I would send you a request, but you got your request off, so I can't even send you a request to come up. So there's that. So what about Clinton, Bill Gates, your narrative? No, like seriously, user, I'm going to go ahead and mute you as well. Come up here and tell me about it. I think you may have a misconception. Just for what? Are you a Trump supporter?
No, I sent a super chat in YouTube explaining why I was requesting. But,
oh,
you know, I mean,
oh, okay. You know what? Go for it.
Oh, sure.
That was in the chat for you. Thank you so much for the 20. And normally I wouldn't, but I would love to hear your perspective on this.
Yeah, so I appreciate you giving me the platform for a moment.
Yeah, go right ahead.
And I'm not going to take up too much time. First, understanding like the morality or the immorality of war crimes, or the reason we have a law of war, is to understand or first define what the intent of warfare is. So the intent, full stop, is to impose your will on the enemy, right? So that's what warfare is, right? It's a violent clash between two opposing wills, and fundamentally that's it, right? The law of war is to limit or mitigate unnecessary suffering. Unnecessary suffering. Now, unless your intent in warfare, which I wouldn't call that warfare, I would call that murder, right? Unless your intent, or it may be sadism, I'm not sure about that, but unless your intent of you know, engaging in warfare is to cause pain, is to cause suffering, is to kill, and that, yeah, oh, I'm so sorry, unalive. Then once you have imposed your will on the enemy successfully, that's it.
Yep.
You have succeeded in the intent of you engaging in that warfare.
Yep.
So
and that's the point that they seem like not to even want to engage in. Like David was bad faith, but I think that's the issue that a lot of Trump supporters are dealing with, or like they don't understand the premise as far as like why we you know, not only go to war but enact our military, and they think it's just for maximum cruelty. And like, even though Pete Hegseth has said that, like, that's not the overall premise of our military. So
right. Yeah. I mean, and there's no question about, like, yes, most of pretty much all of our means are lethal. And that's a separate question on, like, you know, right and wrong of exactly how you apply the military, right? That's why we don't want it to be applying, you know, military methods or options domestically. But that's that is a separate conversation. I just came on, and thank you for letting me on.
Yeah,
to
no, thank you for
specifically
also
explain the morality
like,
or immorality.
You didn't have to send a super chat to say that. Yeah, like, I appreciate the super chat. Thank you sincerely.
Oh, yeah.
But like, you don't have to do that. Like,
I was just
you
trying to
never
get
have
on
donate to get your, like, get up or get a message across. But I appreciate you.
I was just trying to get on quick enough to respond to whatever that guy, that David or whatever.
Yeah,
because that's just ridiculous.
He was just a fail, bro. He's a young kid that wants to debate. So anyway, I appreciate you coming up.
Yep, thanks. Have a good one.
Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter. Oh, dang it, I dropped the wrong person. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We're only looking for some debates. Aaron, if you're still there, you can request back up. Aaron, I did not mean to disconnect you. You can come back up. Aaron, if you're there, you can come back up. I saw someone saying like, oh, what about Bill Clinton and what about Bill Gates? Your argument goes to shit. No, my argument doesn't go to shit, because like, I don't give a fuck about Bill Clinton and I don't give a fuck about Bill Gates. Like, the difference between the left and the right is, if there's anyone on the left that's on the Epstein list, welcome back, Maurice. If there's anyone on the left that's on the Epstein list, then throw their ass in jail too. Like, period. We don't care. We don't have this golden idol. We don't have these people that we're holding up to the highest of highs. We don't care about them, that we are sitting here saying like, whoa, we're not going to allow these victims to get justice. Like, what are we talking about? Like, that's the difference between you and I, period. Hi, are you a Trump supporter? Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
Sorry, that was an accident.
No, no worries. Thank you so much, friend. I appreciate you.
That was an accident.
No worries. Got you. So, with that being said, if you're a Trump supporter, get in the box. If you're an actual Trump supporter and you're not here for the Phil bro shit, get in the box. I want to talk about it because genuinely, I am expecting someone to like actually grow a spine and to say like, hey, this is fucked up. This is bad. If you guys saw that picture of Donald Trump, him surrounded by young girls and him smiling ear to ear, and then the information that came out, apparently he was selling Trump condoms for $4.99 each that had the words, "I'm huge," on the condoms. That's who you guys support. I stumbled across a MAGA live last night. For anyone that doesn't know, I go MAGA hunting all the time. Make sure you follow the main account. I've been, for some reason, MAGA hunting on the main account lately. So make sure you follow the main account. Follow the backup account as well. Like if you're here and you look up at the top, you see the word follow. Follow the backup account. But I've been MAGA hunting, and I stumbled across a live last night. Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
No, I'm a Hitler supporter.
Oh, that's what's up. Good for you. Anyway, I stumbled across actual MAGA live last night. It was a safe space, of course. And I get in, and they're all on the panel. They're talking to each other. Forget it, chat. Like they say whatever they can because they think it's like shock and awe. Little do they know, I really don't give a shit about what they're saying. Like there's nothing they can say that surprises me anymore. Are you a Trump supporter?
Not at all.
Okay, I appreciate
I want to drive his hearse.
Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter. I'm not looking to talk to friendlies. I promise you, if you're requesting up and you're friendly, you're slowing down the live. I promise you, please, please, please do not request up if you're not a friendly. Like we're not looking to talk to friendlies. I really want to get some debates in. Please, for the love of Jeebus, don't request up unless you're a Trump supporter. With that being said, like I said, I was MAGA hunting last night, and I ended up getting in the box. And as soon as I started giving like any type of information, I was listening because there's like, why does everybody keep talking about this Epstein stuff? You're keeping it alive by talking about it. And I'm like, it's happening. Mitchell, are you a Trump supporter?
Fuck you.
Okay. Mitchell was waiting in the request a while, and then Mitchell dropped out of the request, and Mitchell came back just to do that. I hope it was worth it, bud. Mitchell, did it make you feel better? I hope it did. Mitchell, I hope you have a great day after that. Mitchell, I hope that your day is filled with sunshines and rainbows. You have a Cash App? Yes, Santana Speaks For You is the Cash App. As a matter of fact, W's in the chat for Beth, who sent the I think it's $5 Canadian. That says, I'm forever surprised and disappointed by people being furious about being called racist rather than being open to learn that they might hold racist beliefs. Perhaps their ego, perhaps it's the ego thing, shame, or refusal to admit mistake, whatever it is, doubling down is just worse. And you know what it is an amygdala response. People don't like being told that that they are this thing, especially when they think like on an individual level, they think like, oh, I'm a good person. How can I be racist? And instead of actually like opening up and trying to understand those things, they just immediately push back on it, like immediately. And that's why, like, you can see it in a couple of different things. When people have the lives and they're like, oh, all white people are inherently racist, or, you know, it's pick the bear instead of the men. Like the people that immediately push back and say, no, that's not true. It's because they think that like, oh, it couldn't be me. Oh, like I'm a good person. Oh, I don't do those things. But if you actually stop, listen, learn, and engage in like an actual open conversation and dialogue, then your perspective might change. And even more so, right? The point of having those types of conversations is not to shame people. It's not to, make people mad or anything like that. It's literally to actually help the marginalized people that are being affected by these things, right? When women say it's all men until it's no men, I see that and I'm like, fucking right it is. Fucking right it. Like, I don't know if you guys know B, Comrade B, but I love spending time in her space and listening to her debate misogynists, right? And then they have such a hard time because they're like, gender wage gap isn't real and women this and that. It's like, it's a whole thing. But like the point is that if you actually honestly engage in that information, you might not only learn something, but come out on the other end as a better person. Like that's the point. But a lot of people don't want to engage with that, not in good faith. It's all women, says only in a second. Sure. Hey, I'm gonna send you a request. Or Chaos Nuts. I can't even send you a request, but I'm going to mute you. Get up here and tell me about it. Goldman, are you a Trump supporter? Goldman, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Can you give me 2 seconds and finish reading these thank yous? You said what? All right. Like I said, give me 2 seconds. Let me finish reading these thank yous. W's in the chat for a tip for the $5 donation saying, did the guest just say he was okay with the government unaliving people without due process? Should we apply that through our whole judicial system? In order to be a Phil bro, you have to hold these like insane biases. I'm not biases, but insane principles, and you have to be willing to see it through to the end. And if you don't, then there's that. He ran. I didn't kick him. He ran. I guess whatever. W's in the chat for Michelle. Michelle sent a $5 donation with some hearts. Michelle, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you for the hearts. You're fucking awesome. I appreciate you. W's in the chat for Troll, who sent a $5 donation saying this guest is clearly playing ignorant. That's exactly what he was doing. Like that's, again, in order to hold those positions, you have to be willing to say the things all the way to the end. And that's what they were doing. W's in the chat for all the donors, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted and things appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Trump supporters, get in the box. Listen, I know Trump supporters don't necessarily want to continue to debate me because you guys end up getting clipped a lot. I promise you, I won't clip you. Just don't say stupid stuff. I won't clip you if you don't say stupid stuff. What it really boils down to, right, is that what's happening now is something that's indefensible. And I truly think that Trump supporters are coming to the end of their rope, right? Again, just to finish up my story last night while I was MAGA hunting, I ended up getting kicked off the panel, which is not a surprise, right? The lady, I came in and she was like, hey, what's your name, age, who'd you vote for? I did all the thing, like, cool, Kamala Harris. And then she was like, well, why'd you vote for Kamala Harris? And I was like, yeah, I don't really want to talk about that. Kamala Harris isn't the president. FYI, they always want to talk about the past. They never want to talk about the present because when they talk about the present, then they have to deal with the reality of the things that are actually happening. And so I said, hey, I want to talk about like this. And she's like, no, we don't want to talk about that. And so then I took it to another thing. I was like, hey, this thing is happening. And she was like, oh, I don't want to talk about that because it hasn't happened. I was like, okay, cool. How do you feel about Donald Trump trying to petition the ICC to have them change their constitution so they won't be held accountable for war crimes? And it was like, oh, we don't believe it. Pull it up, pull it up, pull it up. I was like, all right, cool. Grabbed a screenshot, came back in, and they couldn't stop crashing out enough for me to actually put it on the screen. And then they just kicked me, and then they end the live. So there's that. Digital Girl, are you a Trump supporter? Digital Girl, are you a Trump supporter?
Sorry, I accidentally.
Okay, no worries. I'll drop you down. Again, guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We're only looking for some debates. Yes, they can't handle the truth, right? And that's the sad thing. And I'll say this, right? The one thing that they haven't talked about yet, and I really want to talk about this, is the building blue wave. And when I say the building blue wave, even Donald Trump is openly and actively, Dep's in the chat for Justin. Thank you so much for the galaxy. Donald Trump is openly, actively admitting that he's preparing for a massive loss in the midterm elections. And even more so, now this is the one thing that hasn't been officially confirmed, but there's rumblings that about 20% of the GOP is not going to seek re-election. They're just going to call it quits, just like Marjorie Taylor Greene is doing, because they know that it's about to be really bad. It's about to be really bad. And so since they know it's about to be really bad, they're like preparing for it. Debate, are you a Trump supporter?
Nah, I voted for LeBron James.
Okay. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter.
Yes, hello.
Hi, Creed.
Yes, I'm not coming on here to debate. I just want to say, tell your fans to stop DMing me. And they keep finding me in comment sections and crap.
Creed, hold on, slow down, Creed. See, I didn't say who you were. First and foremost, I don't have fans.
Your followers, whatever, they keep DMing me and they keep on, even after I stopped talking. I haven't talked to you in like 2 weeks.
It's
and they're
been
still
longer than 2 weeks. Listen,
a month
Creed,
or something. I don't know.
Okay, Creed, I'm just letting you know. See, now, like, I didn't do this. You did this. And I didn't do this, you literally came up here and now people are spamming Phil in the chat. I don't have anything to do with that.
You started it, first of all.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't give me your name.
No, I told you my name was Creed.
Well,
and you said
also had an issue with like respecting
no,
you
pronouns. You called me Phil before I said like I said my name's Creed. You said no, I don't believe your real name is Creed, and said I'll call you Phil. Well, and I said I didn't like that.
Yeah, I mean, but that's cool. Listen, have you learned your lesson yet?
I haven't learned nothing. I'm just coming on here to say, tell your fans. I commented on a TikTok, right? And I had people coming, not even knowing that whatever, and they were calling me Phil in the comment section.
Yeah, no, the legend of Phil is a whole thing. You do understand that, like, one, you coming up here crying is going to facilitate people actually sending donations just to call you Phil. And two, maybe if you actually learned your lesson and, respect people
I don't have no lesson to be learned. That's the thing.
You literally, like, again, you getting mad that we call you Phil.
Yes.
But then at the same time, you can't respect people's pronouns. Like, you don't see the problem with that?
I said I respect, like, I won't believe in it, but I'll respect them for whatever. I don't know. I already said that.
Yeah. I mean, I think you're missing the point. I think you're overall.
The point is I want you to tell your people to stop commenting and DMing me. I had somebody DM me a crazy thing, like they've been DMing me crazy things, and that just goes to show, how crazy you guys are. I mean, they called me a grapist, and they don't even know who I am.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that. Like I said, I mean, I've openly and actively have not been calling you Phil anymore. When you came up, I called you Creed. Now, just to be honest.
Yes, and I appreciate.
To be honest, yeah. I mean, just to be honest, and like, not gonna hold you. W's in the chat for Doreen. Doreen sent a $5 donation. As always, I appreciate all that you do. Thank you for your support and for us days and gays. Absolutely, Doreen. Thank you so much for the donation. You're absolutely amazing. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. All the pay links and links are in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. Phil, just to keep it 100 with you, keep it honest with you.
You just called me.
Listen, I'm sorry, Creed, not Phil. Whatever. While I may call you Creed and you don't respect people's names, the problem that you have is you come up here and you piss the chat off, right? And then once you piss the chat off, they start sending donations and they start calling you Creed. And the only thing that I'm going to do, I'm sorry, they call you Phil. And the only thing that I do is read it. You can't be mad at me for reading off donations.
Okay, but you engage.
So maybe you should actually try. No, you can't blame me for reading off donations. All you have to do is respect people and be a better person, and maybe the chat wouldn't be mad at you. Like, again, the only reason they send donations and they call you Phil is because you come up here and you crash out. So stop being an a-hole, and maybe they wouldn't send donations.
I'm not an a-hole. Also, like, I think last one I went on was Dean's live, and that stirred everything. I mean, I still am like I said, I'm still getting people commenting.
I don't remember that. Dean's such a great guy. Dean wouldn't add to anything like that. I wouldn't do that. Dean wouldn't either. Don't pull Dean into this.
No,
would
Dean
never,
and
actually.
Parker. I went on all 3 of their lives, and every single time I've went on a live, all 3 of you guys have engaged in the fill.
That doesn't sound like anything that I would do. I don't think that's anything Dean would do. I don't think that's
No,
anything
Dean
Parker
was
would do.
Dean was the biggest one. Parker, at least, like, he was laughing about it, but like, I mean, I don't know. He was still doing it, but Dean,
I
he
don't
was
know.
going crazy.
I don't recall Dean calling you Phil.
Yes, you were in the live. It was you and Dean, and you invited me up into the guest box. Yeah,
Me and
on a
Dean
co-live.
did that.
Yes, on a co-live. Both of you guys were debating people, and you told him that my name was Phil incorrect, and you got him.
I don't think that that's something that
yes, that is
Dean
something
and I would
very much
engage in. W's in the chat for Raymond. Raymond sent a $10 donation to say Phil is crashing out again. Phil is absolutely crashing out again. Listen, I told you what was going to happen. You did it to yourself. W's in the chat for Phil.
I
Thank
haven't
you so
even
much
said
for the $10
nothing. I haven't
donation.
even done nothing for them to be calling me that.
Yeah, you came up here and you talked about how people are crazy. You complained about them.
Yes, I want them to stop. That's all I'm asking.
No, you disrespected them, and then even more so, like when we talked about respecting pronouns, like you couldn't even do that, and then you started dragging other people into this. You started talking about Dean and Parker.
Yes,
like,
because
you're
they were a
sitting up
part
here
of it.
trashing people, and you expect
I wasn't
people not to
trashing
respond.
nobody. I'm just saying, like, ever since I went on that live with you and Dean, it's been worse.
W's in the chat for Ricardo, who sent a $3 donation saying, "Just call him asshole Phil." W's in the chat for Jennifer for the $15 donation saying, "Please tell Phil to work on himself. Love you, Santana." Listen, that's what I'm trying to tell him. All he has to do is actually work on himself and be better, and people would stop doing this. W's in the chat for Jennifer.
Doesn't this make you guys not better than me? If you're thinking I'm a bad person for not respecting people's pronouns, you're not respecting my name.
Bro, the only thing that I'm doing is reading off donate. This is not personal.
Aren't they just as bad as me then?
No, my chat is absolutely amazing. They're great people. Like,
okay, but am I a bad person for not respecting people's pronouns?
Yes.
You're okay, then aren't they a bad person for not respecting my name?
So you do understand that you're actively making this decision where people are just trying to teach you a lesson. Like if you would actually just be a better person, they wouldn't do this.
I am a bad person.
W's in the chat for Angie for the $5 donation saying Phil's new name is Snowflake. Yeah, that's kind of fitting. W's in the chat for Angie. Thank you so much for the 5. Say it again.
It's not fitting at all.
It's very fitting. I'm just letting you know. W's in the chat for Bree for the $2 donation saying, I'll stop calling Phil once he starts calling it trans mental illness stuff. Like he did say that. Holy shit, I forgot. W's in the chat for Chris for the $5 donation saying, respect people pronouns, Phil, and they will stop calling you Phil. Like literally, that's all they're saying. W's in the chat for CD.
Dude, I literally had
for the $5 donation saying, now he knows how trans people feel when they use their dead name / misgender us. It doesn't feel good, and that's the whole point. Like
yes, it doesn't.
That's the whole point. Exactly. Like that's the whole point. That is
exactly. That's my point. So if I'm such a bad person for not respecting people's pronouns or whatever, which I already said I did,
bro, all you have to do,
then shouldn't they respect my name then?
All you have to do is stop. Like literally, all you have to do is stop, and they will stop.
Okay, but I stopped for like 2 months.
W's in the chat for Terrell, who sent a $2 super chat to say, Phil, it's called altruistic justice. Look it up. W's in the chat for Terrell. Thank you so much for that $2 super chat. Like that's all it really boils down to. Like, not gonna hold you. If you were a better person, then these people wouldn't.
I'm a great person. They don't even know me.
No, I mean, see, this is the problem with saying that people don't know you, right? While they may not know you on a personal level, they know what you present. And like right now, you're on a live in front of over like 2,000 people, right? And what you're presenting is someone who can't even say like, hey, I respect people's pronouns. I won't misgender them. And I learned from the thing that I did. Like literally, if you wanted to actually get past this, all you had to do is say like, hey, I learned from this. I won't do it again. But you still haven't actually accepted accountability and you still haven't learned. And so that's why people like Devil is sending a $20 super chat to say, Phil is in his fifis. Phil is absolutely in his fifis. And guys, I promise you, if you look, I'm just going to tell you guys, if you keep doing it, he's going to crash out. Like I already know what's going to happen.
I'm not going to crash out.
He's going to crash. You are going to fucking crash out. If there's like 5 more, you'll crash out. I know you. I've seen this happen. All you got to do is just be a better person. That's it.
Okay, I'm a better person. Okay, now can they stop?
I don't know if I believe you.
I'm a better person, okay? I will respect it, but I don't believe
so
in it.
you
Simple
just
as
said,
that.
wait, say that again?
I will respect what pronouns they are, but I won't believe in it. Which
What do you
I
mean
believe
believe in it?
I don't believe that a person born a male can be a transition into a woman. But I can respect it, okay? So, I mean, isn't that good enough?
W's in the chat for CD who sent the $5 donation. I'm
Dude,
sending
I
another
swear
$5
if it
because I
says-
don't think he'd respect my pronouns as a non-binary person who goes by they, them. I don't think he would either.
I
W's in the
do,
chat for
okay?
Allison
Now
for the
stop.
$3 donation saying we don't care about his feelings. I
That's
don't
not
think we do at
funny.
all. W's in the chat for Eli for the $5 donation saying Philly Phil got
Dude,
his
it's the
feeties
same
hurt.
thing
W's in
every
the chat
single
for Eli.
time.
Thank you
Can
so
you
much. W's
literally
in the chat for
stop?
Heather for the $5 donation saying
Dude.
Phil is really in his feelings. He absolutely is. W's in the chat for all the donors. Do you see what happens?
L's in the chat, okay? Now can we
I think like the biggest thing is because you came up here and I said, hey, did you come to debate? And you
No,
came
I
up
didn't.
here to exactly. You came up here to whine and complain and cry.
No, I
but
came
you
up here
didn't come
because
up here to
people
be
are in-
apologetic. You didn't come up here to show any type of remorse or try to like, hey, you know what? I'm a better person. I'm gonna be a better person. You came up here to be a snowflake. And since
No,
you
I-
came up here to be a snowflake,
I
they're
came up here
treating
to
you
tell
like a
people to
snowflake.
stop being in my comment section and finding me in other people's
That was
comment
in the chat for
section.
Verillion, who sent a $5 super chat to say, doubling down, Phil. So you've chosen to
Dude,
live
my name
dangerously.
is- dude,
exactly. That was
I-
in the chat for Verillion.
I'm not
for
doing
the
this
$5.
again. I'm not doing
again,
this again.
like, you literally doing this to yourself. You're doing this
I'm
to
not
yourself.
doing this again.
W's in the chat for Cassie, who sent a $2 donation, saying, Phil, on the count of 3, you agreed to use everyone's preferred name and pronouns, and I'll agree to call you Creed. Mutual
Okay, I
respect or
agree.
no mutual respect, my friend. So
Okay,
you
I
agreed.
agree.
So you have no problems with using people's preferred pronouns.
Yes, I just won't associate myself with those people.
So your premise is, wait, how are you going to use it if you don't associate with them?
Because if I do find somebody like that, I'll respect it and whatever. But
What do you mean? I'm so confused. You literally just said you're not going to associate with them.
Yes, I'm
Meaning
not.
that
I'm
you're
gonna do
not
my
going to
best
actually put
to
yourself
not-
around them.
Yes.
So if you're not going to put yourself around them, how can you respect their pronouns and use their pronoun? What the fuck are you even talking about, dude?
if I ever come across somebody like that, then okay, I'll respect it. But I'm gonna do my best not to associate myself with those
How do you
people.
not associate with people? Like just people. If they're just people, like literally just people. That's so stupid. You get
I
that,
don't know,
right?
man. I mean, I get it, but I'm gonna try my best.
W's in the chat for Marie for the $3.33 super donation saying she's just philosophically wrong. Zero chill at all, Phil. Exactly. W's in the chat for Khalees for the $5 donation said, please tell Phil I hope he stepped on several Legos respectfully. Love you, Santana. I love you more. W's in the chat for Brett. What up, Brett? Who sent a $5 super chat to say, wait, okay, so hold on. He sent a $5 donation. Says, shout out my tube. Brett Cross YouTube is at Cross0524. If anyone's wondering, Brett Cross YouTube is at Cross0524. He also said, fuck Phil. W's in the chat for Brett. Thank you so much for that $5 donation.
I can take people saying fuck you to me, but whenever they put my not name at the end of it, like, they're okay, yeah, they're not even talking to me, so I don't care.
Hey,
They don't even know who
W's
they're
in the
talking
chat
to.
for Dean. Dean sent me a text and said, tell Phil to shut his bitch ass up.
Tell Dean he's a twink. Tell Dean he's a twink.
Yeah, no, Dean said, shut your bitch ass up.
Tell Dean he's a twink. Dean's not cool.
Yeah, he's way cooler than you. Like I don't think you know.
No. Dean's a bum.
No, my little brother's super cool. Like I think you may be confused like with yourself and him. So like there's that. Listen, I think what?
Can you just tell your fans to leave me alone? As simple as that, and I'll leave.
Fans. That's weird. Saying fans is super weird. W's in the chat for Gerard for the $2 donation saying, I will now refer to crashing out as. Yep. See, look, now you got to go. Now you got to go. W's in the chat for Gerard said, I will now refer to crashing out as filling out. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's exactly who he is and what he's about. Again, guys, I don't know. Like, all you got to do is respect people. Like, if you respect people, then like shit like this wouldn't happen. It's weird that you have such a like adverse reaction to just respecting who people are. It's so weird. W's in the chat for Anthony for the $5 donation saying, "What's Phil's favorite basketball team? The Philadelphia or baseball team, the Philadelphia Phillies." I'm willing to believe that. Whatever, dude. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Whatever, dude. Question for you.
Yes.
I think the Trump train is over, and I'm hoping that you can prove me wrong. How can you still support him in this day and age when there's like so much bad shit happening? I'm confused.
I think there's a lot of good stuff happening.
Okay. Can you name something good?
Yeah, I think we're on the right track with the economy. I think the tariffs worked out better than anyone had expected.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that he's got inflation under control. And all the things that were predicted in the beginning of the year that were supposed to be bad never came to fruition.
Okay.
And so, oh man. Sorry, dude. I'm going to follow you because I want to come back. I think you run a great live, but my dogs just came in. I got to take care of them.
I'm come
sorry.
back because I would love to follow up with that. But
Yeah.
All right, I appreciate it.
Let's do it. I appreciate it.
Yep. Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We are not looking to talk to friendlies. Lost that person. W's in the chat for Nicole. Nicole sent a $5 donation saying Phil was a buster pick in Discord DM. Wait, Phil was a buster pick in, I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Phil was a buster pick in Discord. I don't know what DM. I don't know what that means. W's in the chat though. Thank you so much for the $5 dono. Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
I am, but I'm not. Let me clarify. I'm not like "Make America Great Again" like cock riding.
Oh, okay, that's what's up. I guess why then? Why are you still supporting Jimothy in this day and time where like there's so much bad shit happening? I'm a little confused.
I think I look at him more as a when I say
filibuster,
leader, right?
I get it. Fucking right, I got it. Filibuster.
Yeah. Also,
Good job. Sorry.
I don't know. Creed kind of annoyed me. I can't lie. I don't know why he's
He
whining
annoys
so much.
everyone. I don't understand it. Like he does it to himself. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So I look at his pre-COVID presidency, which I don't know if you care about that or not, because I know that was 5 years ago, 6 years ago. But I look at the Tax Cuts and Job Act and the economic impact it had. There's a stat that it raised the average income by, I believe, like $5,000. And then we added jobs to the economy during that time, but of course COVID kind of wrecked everything, right? There was a lot of deregulation.
And so I guess I'm a little bit confused because the things that you're saying, like there's a lot of nuances to a lot of things that you're saying, but bottom line is for me, like, do you think that Donald Trump had a successful first term, right?
Generally, yes.
Okay, so we can talk about like first term and all that, which is fine, but I'm a little bit confused as far as like first term aside, right? How do you still support him today? Like all the other stuff, we can go through all of that, but like today with everything that's happening, how are you still willing to stick your neck out for Trump?
Before the comments like started going after me, which I don't really care because I'm not Creed, but
you're not Phil, you mean? Anyway,
sorry. Or no, I don't want to call him Creed. I want to call him Phil. But I don't sit here like I'm not like the "we are Charlie Kirk" type of Trump supporter where I think everything he does is great. I view him more as a authoritative figure than I guess what I would view Kamala Harris is. Kamala Harris, sorry.
So you think that when you say authoritative, do you mean authoritarian? I'm a little bit confused. What exactly do you mean?
I would rather him be handling the like international relations and him be in charge of Okay, comments. It's not misogyny. It's Trump's got a more aggressive personality than Kamala does, and I think when it comes to international security, I would rather have him as a leader.
Sure, but like I guess the point that I'm getting to and the problem that I have is that while trying to engage in the premise that Donald Trump is like a strong leader, because that's the premise behind it, right? I mean, the actual, him being the man and can, help us and protect us and all this other stuff. Like Donald Trump is actually in real time shown that he doesn't have the ability to deal with not only our allies, but the adversaries, like the people that are actively harmful towards the United States, whether we talk about his misgivings and misdealings with Putin, whether we talk about his failures to negotiate with China and Xi Jinping, like Donald Trump has been actively weak in every single way.
Those countries like Russia and China, for instance, right? They have such a strong presence in the world. Like, what do you consider the big three to be? China, Russia, and the U.S.?
I mean, not really. Like, but fuck the big three. It's just big me. Like the point that I'm trying to make is that, like, understanding the presence that's necessary to find balance, whether it's like speaking to someone who stands in opposition of our country or speaking with someone who stands alongside of our country, Donald Trump doesn't have the ability to do either one of those.
You don't think? Sorry, I guess this isn't really answering that question or responding to that question, but do you think him pressuring Maduro is a positive thing or a bad thing?
It's a negative thing in the sense that like he's only doing it because he wants regime change. See, like that's the problem. He's been doing this since his first administration, and you can't say it's about like any type of productive action because Venezuela offered the United States controlling interest in like their rare earth minerals and gold and their oil, and offered to completely cut ties with both Russia and China. And Donald Trump said no. Like Donald Trump, Marco Rubio said no, they didn't want to actually accept that. And it's all about wanting to install who they want at the top of the food chain, which is super interesting because I don't know if you know, but like the person that won the Nobel Peace Prize, she's from Venezuela, and she's actually a proponent of Donald Trump. And there's like rumblings that the Trump administration wants to back her for the regime change and to put her at the top of Venezuela, so they'll have more controlling interest. Like Donald Trump even openly admitted that he said during his first term, Venezuela was failing, and they would have been able to get in and get all that oil. But now we have to buy oil from Venezuela because, we let them basically come back stronger. So like none of this, it's not about like justice or strength or anything. It's literally about Donald Trump wanting a regime change and wanting the oil that Venezuela has. That's why, how do you feel about us being pirates?
Like as a country, like going after other resources, stuff like that.
No, like actual pirates, and not like the cool straw hat pirates, but like the suck ass Blackbeard pirates. Like Donald Trump literally made us pirates by stealing that oil tanker.
But we've been going after oil for the last 5 presidencies, though.
Yeah, but we're not out here stealing oil tankers.
Wait, what'd you say? I'm sorry.
We stole a Venezuelan oil tanker. We're fucking pirates. And yes, I do love One Piece because the One Piece is real.
I don't know. It's hard for me to like, I guess, while that might be considered wrong in a way, I don't consider that a bad aspect. We're not exactly stealing tankers. I kind of disagree with that.
No, we literally did, but give me a second. I just need a moment of silence. Long live Fire Fist Ace. Anyway, like the point that I'm making is that the Trump administration is out here committing international war crimes, bombing, drone striking boats without any type of evidence.
Every President Biden did that. Obama did that, though. They committed war crimes.
Yeah, tell me about the double tap that Biden did.
Like his war crimes?
No, tell me about the double tap that Biden did.
What is a double tap? I'm not familiar. Sorry.
Yeah, so basically what it is that Monkey D. Santana, I know that's right. They struck the actual boats, right? And there were survivors from those strikes. And what they made the decision to do was, instead of actually, calling it quits or whatever, they double back around because there were 2 survivors, and they struck them again to make sure they unalived them.
That's what Biden's administration did?
No, that's what Jimothy just did. Like,
you're talking about
you do know that, like, now,
boats, right?
say it again.
You're referring to like the drug smuggling boats, right?
Right, and you do know that, like, now they're petitioning the ICC to get them to try to change their constitution, so they won't be held liable for war crimes after they're no longer in power. How do you feel about that?
That's not a good thing to do.
Right, like because and see, like, we can debate like whether something is or is not war crimes or ethical. You can talk about like the Biden administration and what they did or didn't do, Obama and all this other stuff. But when you talk about the fact that Donald Trump, he understands that he has immunity when it comes to the United States, right? Because for some reason, Supreme Court said, like, in the duties of being a president, you can actually do whatever, blah, 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 right? That's whatever. But they understand that the things that they're doing far outreaches the scope of the United States. And so now they're actively trying to find protection for Trump and multiple people within their administration, so they can't be held responsible for the heinous crimes that they're committing. Like, how do you feel about them actively trying to ensure that the crimes that they committed aren't something that they're going to be punished for?
I mean, yeah, that's they're trying to get a loophole to avoid punishment, right? But and let me clarify with I guess you and the comments, right? I'm open to viewing other positions, and I'm not. That's why I stated before, I'm not hardcore, like, at Trump's knees, like, oh, he's the best thing. And I think people do. I think every president has rights and wrongs, right? But I acknowledge those things, that loophole that they're trying to provide is a negative thing.
So I guess going back to my original point, right? Because you talked about his first administration, you talked about how Trump would be stronger when it comes to propose affairs, international affairs. But I guess the point that I really want to get down to, understanding where we are today, like where things are, how things are currently, how can you still support him? Because there's a lot of bad stuff happening. What keeps you hanging on to the support that you're giving him?
I like how, which I know people like the administration, they inflate numbers of how efficient stuff is, right? But I'm assuming you're in support of DEI, right?
No, I'm not in support of DEI. I'm in support of DEIA.
Remind me of what DEIA is. Yeah. Sorry.
I'm not even, listen, I'm not going to hold you. All right. If you don't know what DEIA is, then you might not want to have this conversation.
No. I just can't think about what it is right now.
Okay.
All right. That's what I'm saying.
Gave you fair warning. The A is for accessibility.
Okay.
What point were you going to make?
Oh, sorry. So I think I like how he kind of focuses on, I guess, trying to take away DEI programs, and I know
keep saying DEI
because that's what I'm used to. A lot of people don't say DEIA.
That's because people don't know what DEIA is, and then people don't know what DEI is.
When you say accessibility, right, in that aspect, are you saying accessibility for people that have like disabilities, things like that? Yes.
So I got you. Listen, now, this is why, and I'm gonna speed run this for you. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
19. The count ran by parents thing is a joke.
Yeah, no, that's
just
fine.
people know.
I don't care about that. Like, I don't know if you're old enough to remember a game that used to be on cell phone called Temple Run. You remember that game? You remember Temple Run? Okay, I'm gonna Temple Run this for you. All right, so just stick with me. Hang as close and as tight as you can while we fast track this. So, The reason why people don't understand the difference between DEI and DEIA is because DEI is just a racist dog whistle. DEIA is the premise of trying to remove biases so people have the ability to enact, no matter if it's like hiring someone or, you know, just having people engage in like workspaces or places or whatever. DEIA is just literally removing those biases that people may have. And so you're literally dealing with a merit-based system. When you talk about DEIA, it's overwhelmingly beneficial to white women and also veterans, but even more so, it's still beneficial to others. It literally gives those people who are disenfranchised due to being othered the ability to show what they have. That's all it is. It's a merit-based system. It's not based off of skin tone, not based off of, you gotta stick with me, gender or anything like that. DEIA is all about putting your best stuff on the table and making sure that you get the opportunity. And then when you talk about like, is it practical? There's a great studies done by Forbes that shows like companies that participate in DEIA practices are not only more profitable, but they have a happier work environment because homogeny is not the point when it comes to work environments. Having people with different backgrounds, the ability to push each other and challenge each other with a different school of thought helps increase the actual productivity and the cohesiveness of the work environment. Now, the reason why I kept saying like, why do you keep saying DEI? And I said that you don't know what DEI is because DEI is a racist dog whistle. When I say DEI is a racist dog whistle, it's being cultivated and propagated by people on the right who are just contributing it to being Black. That's why you hear people say things like they were a DEI hire or Kamala Harris was a DEI candidate. They're only talking about Black people when they say that. The reason why they're saying that is because
that's not appropriate.
DEI has an etymology. And what I mean by that, DEI has etymology, it means that DEI, before they were saying DEI, they were saying the words BLM, critical race theory, CRT, right? So before it was DEI, it was CRT, critical race theory. Before it was critical race theory, it was Black Lives Matter, BLM, right? And before BLM, it was the word thug. And before the word thug, it was the word boy. And before it was the word boy, it was the N-word. Literally, people who propagate the term DEI, one, they don't know anything about actual DEIA, but two, they just want to call Black people the N-word and they can't do it in public because it will vilify them and, you know, there'll be repercussions. So that was me speed running DEI versus DEIA.
Do you think me not supporting DEIA makes me inherently racist? That's what.
Are you a white man?
Well, yes, but
I think you're inherently racist because you're a white man.
Interesting.
Do you know what that means?
Do you think that's a like a stigma or whatever that needs to go away or no?
I think that systematic racism is perpetuated due to how society is, and it's something that whether you willfully or unwillfully engage in it, it's going to be something that you benefit from because, you know, you're a white man in America. So I'm not saying that you're actively out saying like N-word or, you know, whatever, but I am saying that like as a white man in America, the systems that perpetuate racism benefit you.
I just think actually solving
affirmative action, there's a difference in affirmative action. Can you tell me what DEIA is?
Number. The people that are on the $20 a month, you have an option to be on the fitness app. Some people don't want that option and they're not worried about it. Some people do. Okay. So if everybody's good to go and you're ready to start, go ahead and put ready, set, go in the comment section. I mean, you're amazing. You can do everything we talked about on this live right this second. Without my help, without my voice in your ear, without my investors, you can do every single thing we talked about all today. You can do every single one of them right this second. That's insane. No money down. No money down. So go get it done. To the $20 students, just FYI, when you make your products, Michael and the other investors are